And what is going on there, everybody? It is a marvelous Monday out there today. Holy mackerel, is it, yeah, super nice out. Very much a May day. And just realizing this as far as prior to start of streaming, we are 4th of May, so that's May the 4th be with you. Yes, so we'll be celebrating Cinco de Mayo, I guess, as far as tomorrow. I know some of you probably will be, I guess, as far as, but in the meantime, we did some work, I guess, as far as in the off stream, I guess, as far as in our Gen 2 drag car mostly, but I guess some of the other trims too can be considered because we added such things as the engine cover to kind of fill in that void, I guess, as far as around the grill area. So that's been something. I played around with some other things that involved fixing up the underbody a little bit. I tried some things, but didn't turn out the way I liked it. So we did get a roll bar, I guess, as far as into the drag car. So that's a new part. So between that and the engine cover, and that's available on all the trims. I'm thinking of maybe putting some type of decals onto that, I guess, as far as to make it a little bit more, you know, like it belongs in there type of thing. You know, kind of somewhat factory. Still want to be able to dress up the firewall. Just some little things like that. So, yeah, that's amongst the things that we've got adjusted here in the off stream. So getting this one here, that was huge. Getting that done and figuring out that there. I want to get a what's going on there, Racer Batman? Welcome on in. Getting a new truck for being first here, I guess, as far as, so welcome on in to Racer Batman. Glad to hear you're doing good there, Racer Batman. But we're going to be adding such amenities like a fire extinguisher onto this as well. Want to get some hood pins options, I guess, as far as, I don't know if I only want to do it onto this hood, this style hood, or maybe have other options for hood pins on the other hood combinations. I know for minimum I want to get them at least onto this one. Get the hood pins onto that guy. I think that'll look pretty slick for the drag car. But yeah, we got a little bit more done with that. Looking pretty slick. It's looking a little bit more complete, I guess, as far as having a roll cage in there. So it can be taken out, it can be bought in the store. Just to kind of go over some of the new things that we've added, like the engine cover, and also the, I don't know why the editor, I guess, as far as creates the thumbnail of the roll cage like this. I still need to figure out what's going on with that. I was expecting it to do more of a head-on profile, I guess, as far as, much the same as our other parts like this. So I got to play around with that a little bit more to get a better camera angle, I guess, as far as for that roll cage. But other than that, it is available, and you can only put that one in the drag car currently. Whether or not I'll make it so that you can use that in there. 40 stream streak, Racer Batman. I mean, I know it's pretty warm out on this May Day, I guess, as far as, so
Come on, everybody, we're going. Here we go.
All right, so if you've taken your clothes off, I guess, as far as to go on the streaking, I guess, as far as I'll leave it up to you. If it's warm out there, I'm not, no judgment. So we did do some work here last week on this one. So we did get this one up to 100%, I think. Yeah, that was the drag one. We were looking for that, and that turned out pretty slick for that 67 Firebird. We do have this dude. We have not applied any performance to that one. I don't think we put any performance on this one either. So this one, we have no performance parts onto that. We could play around with this one and see if we can get some more performance out of that. So currently we're getting 703 horsepower. Yeah, which is not bad. I think we can probably play around with that. Other than that, I really have no other game plan for today. So project cars wise, I have this bare frame here. We could probably work on that one. Probably just sell it. It's a bare frame, I guess, as far as from the junkyard. And still holding true, I guess, as far as the idea once we do, when and if we ever find a bare frame at the junkyard, we just buy it, we'll build it, and sell it. Pretty cool. Yeah, this one turned out pretty good for this resto mod. This is one of our own configs, the Resta Mod 2. We did fix up one of the original Resta mods that come with this mod, but I don't know, we decided to keep our own version of that. Better exhaust option and things like that. So whether or not we apply some performance parts to that one, that's still yet to be determined. I think what we'll start off with, though, for today, is we'll put some... see how this one's got the hood pins on there, too. I think on drag cars, it's highly pertinent. You know, it's legit, I guess, as far as to have hood pins on your hood. Be able to pin that thing down so it's not flying off, I guess, as far as especially if the engine blows up. Which is worst case scenario, as we know. And of course, we got Thunder Lane coming in there, I guess, as far as how we do in our Thunder Lane.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Welcome into the party there, Thunder Lane. So something else I've been considering for our own engine cover. Yeah, for our own engine cover is to actually add these struts here, I guess, as far as for the fenders. That could be something I could add to that engine cover. So for example, I could put the struts coming off of that. Now I don't really have the lip on there like the Firebird does, I guess, as far as I could possibly add that, I suppose. Good possibility. Just something to dress this up a little bit more here in the engine bay. I do feel like a lot of the firewall in particular, I guess, as far as is very lackluster. I like the way these Firebirds are done. Yeah, these Firebirds are... yeah, so it's just got these bits on here. Oh, well, you got to get the things done there, Thunderlane. It's understandable. That is understandable. So we did put these items in there, but yeah, the fact that it's got stuff like the heater core and that on the firewall, that's pretty slick. I like that. But that also has the lip on there for the fender. Yeah. Need to... I gotta consider some things like that, I guess, as far as on the Gen 2. Just to kind of dress that up a little more. Just to dress that up a little more. So even to put a heater core type of unit in there. Yeah. It's giving me some more ideas. That's gonna be more work to do in there in the off stream. Yeah, I did mention it, I guess, as far as I didn't realize it was actually the 4th of May, I guess, as far as today, prior to the start of stream. Not really any indications out there. You know, just getting some errands done out and about, I guess, as far as nobody even brought it up, the fact that it is May the 4th. So, I don't know, maybe it's just not as... maybe people just don't recognize it as much, I don't know. We're going to put some performance parts onto this guy, though. So I'm thinking we can do a lot of the top end stuff. Like supercharger, throttle, fuel rails, and those of the sort. I think we'll do that. Just to see what we can get out of this thing. I think that'd be fun. We'll probably work on that bare frame cutlass that we got in the parking garage. And I guess the world is our oyster, I guess, as far as beyond that. Yeah, we gotta get that belt tensioner off. This is the engine that has all the idlers. Yeah, it's probably good. Probably a pretty good day, I guess, as far as for mowing the grass too. It's pretty nice and sunny out. I mean, so, at least it is over here. Good evening there, Jack Dog. Welcome in. Hope the day is going well. So I don't think we can get a performance intake. No. So I think we'll leave those. Let's do... that's one thing we did come to find on this one too. It has no air cleaner. No air cleaner on this drag version. We're doing alright so far, I guess, as far as... we got some work done in the off stream, I guess, as far as with the Gen 2 Camaro. We're just comparing notes, I guess, as far as on cars like this Firebird. Debating whether or not I want to do Yeah, let's do this guy. Ignition coils and maybe sparkulators. Yeah, we'll do most of the top end. We won't do stuff like the cam and the pistons and the heads and all that. Just to see what we can get out of this thing. I think it'd be cool. So we got the base horsepower of the 703, was it? It's pretty decent, but I think we can get more out of it. We can get some more out of it. Something else I've been eyeballing, very huge new mod pack that's been released on the Steam Workshop for this game. That being the GTO. It's another Pontiac GTO, I guess, as far as it has several trims. Yeah, it's got lots of trims of the GTO, Pontiac GTO. So this is coming off of since the Firebird release. So very huge. That thing's darn near 100 megabyte pack, I guess, as far as so. But it does require some DLC that I don't have, and I've been debating whether or not to get it. Just due to that fact. Maybe just... I don't know. I just don't feel like buying much more of some of the DLCs. Like, I don't have the Taxi DLC. I don't have the Chinese DLC. I never got the Rims 2. I just don't... I don't know. I don't see the point in it. A lot of that stuff is regurgitated material and assets. I guess as far as I don't care to want them. I guess as far as so... To each their own, I guess, as far as if you do get those. But... I don't know, some of these mods that are coming out like that one, I guess as far as that require mods that I shouldn't have to buy, it's just, I don't know, I feel it's kind of silly. Just use the base stuff, and I guess as far as if people, have the Rims DLC, allow them to put them on their post-fac, I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I like to put on the default stuff that comes with the game when it comes to creating a mod car, and not necessarily requiring... Now, if it requires a certain manufacturer to get engine parts or whatever, that's one thing. But for a Rims DLC or bonus parts, no. We shouldn't be doing that. That's just my own personal opinion. So we need to get... So yeah, I've been kind of on the fence as to whether or not to get the DLC required for that GTO. I do have the one GTO I have. That's turned out pretty good. That's the one we can take the whole body off the frame. I kind of like the way that one's done, and I'm sure that other one that just came out is not the same way. So that's what I'm kind of comparing at this point with the different mods. It's just a different take and a different perspective of a different creator for how cars should be represented, and that's fair. I guess that's why I put so much effort into the Gen 2, I guess, as far as I've been doing. I'm not trying to make it 100%, all the bells and whistles to it. I'm trying to keep it somewhat optimized so it's not like throwing so much stuff at you. Not that that's not a cool thing, right? I mean, I think it's cool to have all the different options, but it can get a little bit messy, if you got too much. Having too much of a good thing, I guess, as far as can be a bad thing. I guess that's the way I look at it. Sometimes kind of level it out, get only what you need and not necessarily have all the things. Time to do some sketchy stuff. Do-da, do-da. Hope to get away with it. Oh, but I mean, it is early yet. We might be doing some sketchy stuff. You never know. Alright, so we got our ignition coils and those. Let's get a supercharger. Put that on the list. We're not going to do a 3-star or anything like that. I think that'll be fine. Just the way it is. Alright, and fuel rails. We get some performance fuel rails. I think it's cooler, I will say, I guess, as far as when creating your own car, to be able to add parts that are not unique to the game, that aren't native, I guess, as far as to the game. So things like this engine cover here, they're not native, I guess, as far as to a lot of the default cars in the game. So that's kind of cool to add that kind of stuff. And then also to have like a roll bar on your drag version of whatever car you have. I think that's pretty unique, I guess, as far as to a car build. But to add more than that, I guess, as far as that's debatable, I suppose. It is debatable. So I like the way this Firebird's been done. I like the different trims, the things that we got the hood pins on here, and they are interchangeable. I don't know how they got this rope, I guess, as far as onto that, I guess, as far as to look so fluid. I don't know if that is a 3D modeled part. Kind of looks like it does. But that's pretty slick, I guess, as far as to do that. We do have the versions, I guess, as far as that don't have that necessarily, and are just the pins, which also looks good. So a lot of options, like a lot of options of how you design it, whatever car you're working on, from the modeling standpoint, anyway. So get a performance throttle. Not done putting the performance parts onto this one. I know I'm kind of back and forth, but I don't know. I got so much done, I guess, as far as outside the day, being such a nice day. It's been so cool and rainy, I guess, as far as for the most part. So got myself a decent bike ride in. Good stuff. Feeling pretty good about that. Okay, so I guess that's all the performance parts you want to put on now. So it's mostly all top end. The only thing this one is lacking, which I've already pointed out, is an air filter. I think they missed out putting an air filter on this trim for the drag. I mean, technically, you could argue, I guess, as far as drag cars wouldn't have those. They just go open air. So I guess that's a fair argument. But alright, we're gonna see what we can get out of this one. Giggity. 69 giggity. Yeah, I think we're pretty close to, what did I see there? I think it was like 70. It's already over 70. I know that when I was looking at it, it's like, oh man, it's a pity to come inside. But we did have some things to do here today, so that's what we're doing. So we got all these swapped out with some performance parts. Let's get this over to the dyno and see what we get out of this now. So we should have reset. Yep. So it's not showing any tuning yet up until we dyno it. 703. Oh yeah, I'm far away, I guess, as far as when AC doesn't get turned on over here, I guess, as far as until like June or July at the latest. I guess as far as too early, I guess, as far as the need of the AC. I just crack open a window. If it's got a nice breeze going, yeah, I'll definitely just do that. But we don't have any parts we got to tune. Okay, just to confirm, and let's see what we get out of this thing. Uh-oh, what did I miss? Oh, did I forget the fuel filter? I did. So I got to do performance fuel filter. I remember that now. I knew it was something simple. Still relatively top end. There we go. Now we got mostly all the top end. That's something I noticed on this hood design. It has no cutout in the bottom side. Just kind of smooth it out. That's kind of weird. Now in comparison to the Resto mod, for example, it has the bead rolling on the bottom end. I feel like that's a little bit lackluster, I guess, as far as on that drag version, I guess, as far as of that. So it's got all the bead rolling onto that one. It should have something on the underside. Like, see, even on this one here, we've got, it's very subtle. What are you doing, bro? I don't want that on the list. Get that off the list. Wanted that. So yeah, it's got some minimal detail, I guess, as far as for having that scoop onto that. I'm not really sure why the creators smoothed that out. You know, it's just some things I tend to just not quite understand how things are done. I'm sure there might have been a method to the madness. There may have been. That's a lot of things I have to go back and be like, okay, why did they do that that way? Alright, now we should be able to dyno it. this. That was all mostly top-end stuff. Wow. Cool deal. And I don't even think this has the ECU, I guess, as far as to be able to put the tune ECU in there. That's a pretty decent result just by doing the top end. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. That's a good plan there, Thunderlane. Definitely a good plan. All right, we're gonna go check this out at the strip now. See what this puppy can do. Oh, we got some performance parts to her. Let's see what she can do. I think I like the fruit punch more. I think I like the fruit punch one more. I guess as far as the Powerade or the Gatorade. Grape is not bad. I'll admit to that. I guess as far as grape is not bad. Let's see what this thing can do here at the corner mile. Oh, we get to go against... That was unexpected. So we get to go against the Pagani. Let's see what... so we're going up against the Pagani with this deal. Alright then. Let's see what we can do. Wow, for a second there I thought we could keep up with it. A pretty decent reaction time. Yeah, he's beating us by a good 3/10. I was surprised we even got matched up with that dude. Obviously because of our rating. Okay. Alright, Dan. So what about the Camaro Turbo? This is one of our own configurations for that that mod Camaro. Oh, Camaro versus Firebird. New school versus old school. Oh, that was a good race. Oh, that Camaro nosed us. That turbo power. Yowza, that's a good race. I feel like we could put the performance transmission to that, I guess, as far as kind of smooth that out. Wow, that was a good race. I like that one. Let's try the rest of my Cruiser 57 Bel Air mod. Getting some really cool cars, I guess, as far as to compete against. Okay, 10-4, so it's about to buy a 10th. Good racing, I like it. I am thinking, I guess, as far as that's probably what we'll try to do is actually apply the performance gearbox. Another mod GTO Ferrari 288. Yeah, we'll see what we can do against him. So that turbo beat us. Trying to take note of what beat us. The Pagani, that was pretty obvious. I kind of felt that Pagani would beat us. Ooh, Ferrari even got us. Yeah, that's okay. I think we can probably fine tune on this with the gearbox. We can probably do a 5-speed performance gearbox. I think we'll do that. Let's head this back to the house. We got enough info, I guess, as far as to consider that. Let's see what we can do here. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Well, the fact that we were able to get, what was it, 159 horsepower by just doing the top end on that engine. That's pretty solid. Now, I feel like it is a little bit missing. This might be something I'll consider for our own config for this car. I want to add an air filter and also an ECU. to this configuration. I think that would be a cool thing there, because that would be just that much more you could do some tuning on for this engine. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and let's get this back over to the lift, and let's put a performance gearbox into it. And this one doesn't even have a roll cage on it. Oh, I guess it does have a roll cage, yep. Yep, so it definitely has that custom roll cage into it, so that's cool. And we got a raffle going. Get on that raffle there while it's hot. Let's see. We need to take out gearbox. Okay, let's get the starter out. Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm going to try to do with this one, and see if we can make our own configuration of this one and add the ECU and a air filter. I think that's what I'm going to do. That's just more parts that you can find tune onto the engine. Give it a little bit more oomph. Now, I wouldn't do it to this car directly. I would make our own config. That'd be the only thing. I'm going to leave the clutch stuff in there. I'm just going to get performance gearbox. Some people do opt, I guess, as far as to do the whole shebang, I guess, as far as on that. Do the clutch stuff and the gearbox. You don't always have to do that, though. So I guess the approach that we've been taking is to just to do the gearbox. Let's do that. Let's go to the gear shop. We got 5 of these in the warehouse, but those are not performance, I believe. Go ahead and get one of those. Slap that in. Don't have time to get on that raffle there, folks. We're in that new month, so if you're trying to build those fluids up for the month of May, yeah, so we're just still waiting for Racer Batman. Once your sub does drop off there, we need to make sure we get that taken care of for the month of next month. But I got that down in my notes. Okay, so that's... For a second there, that drive shaft looked like it was offset. Okay, so that's in there. So let's get this over to the dyno. We'll get that one tuned, and if that works any better. Now, from what I remember, on this trim here, it did require the rims to DLC, and we went with this style instead. So, that's not to say some of those rims that are in there, but a lot of them I wouldn't care to want to use in that. There's only like maybe 2 or 3 out of that whole set. So whether or not that justifies getting the DLC, I guess as far as for that, that's the only thing I question. If there was more in that set, I guess as far as that I would use, then I probably wouldn't mind, but... Wait, is this Hold on a minute. I forgot to put the livery on this fender. Just realizing that. Oh, even on that door. So yeah, we need to fix that. This has got livery. Hold on a minute. How come that doesn't go all the way to the back, though? Well, I'll be danged. So, yeah, that's got a livery on it. You're gonna have to fix that. Okay, let's get this over to the paint shop and we'll get that fixed. Okay, that door is fine. Okay, so I guess that livery doesn't go all the way to the back here. So it stops right here at that side of the... Okay. Interesting. Alright, let's go over to the paint shop and see if we can get these parts painted with that livery on there. So we need to paint the parts. And that's going to be this fender. Ooh, okay, so we got that color. What kind of liveries do we have? Just forget which one it is. Well, it's going to be that one right there, I think. HO. So it was a black. Right. That's the Hoonigan. So yeah, it must be that one with the HO. Okay, we'll do that. That's the only one that's got the black line on it. That's for high output, I believe. So I don't know if that was meant to go on there. So I'm debating, do I want to keep the stripe on there or not? I think that's for a different trim. Maybe I'll leave that off. I might paint the whole rest of the car without that. Okay, maybe I might do that instead. I don't know if I want that on there then. I think that high output is for one of the other trims of the car. So in fact, what I might do, just got that one little strip right there. I'm actually going to paint this one without the library. And I guess if nothing else, we can leave that on there. Okay. Fair enough. I'll have to remember that when we make our own config for this car. So let's do... Gotta find out which one. That was the left door? Yeah. What we want to do on this one is not have that stripe on it. Okay. Ooh. Alright, let's see. We should be all good to go. So other than that stripe by the rear tire, I guess that would be the only thing. That would require to paint the whole car to get that off of there. I think I'll just leave it on there for now. Kind of trying to understand the libraries that are on this car. So, good there. Good there. Yeah, so it's just going to have that line right there. Okay. 100%. Mirrors are black. Cool. Fender, no line. Okay. Whoops. And we just painted that door. Alright, cool. Yeah, not really sure why they, creator put that library as the main library for the drag. Not really sure. Okay. Anywho, so we got to go over here and get the transmission here. Let's get this dialed in. So 370. Oh, what do we want to do here? I think I'll leave the first gear where it's at. Let's move this up a little bit. Am I going the wrong way? No. Good. Lower it about there. Fourth gear was pretty good. We'll try that way. Okay, let's go ahead and dyno it this way. It should give us a little bit more horsepower, because we had like 159. So I'm thinking we should get it a little over 160 now. That dyno. That's exactly what we got. A little bit more horsepower with that performance gearbox in there. Cool. Let's go see how that performs now. Oh yeah, she's a screamer. She's definitely a screamer. Take her over here and try her out. Yeah, I think that's gonna be kind of cool, I guess, as far as to get this one a little bit more tuning capability. Ooh, alright, let's go quarter mile. Ooh. So now that we've got it upgraded even further, it gets as far as now we get the McLaren. So when we initially came in here, it was the Pagani. Kind of surprised me. So the fact that we're even getting a McLaren, that's wild. I think this McLaren's going to kick her, but let's try it out.
And put some stank on it.
Oh, we're going to try and put some stank on it. That's a McLaren. Gears are a little bit funky yet. Yeah, that McLaren kicked our pants, I guess, as far as just like the Pagani did. Let me do that one more time. I feel like I misshifted. Gotta get a better feel, I guess, as far as for adjusting the shift points. And that third gear is a little too tall. Try to smooth that out a little bit. That was a little closer. Alright, cool. So I think we can fine-tune on this gearbox just a little. That's what I'm getting from it. Try one more. Okay. Modern LS, supercharged with some slicks. Alright, let's see what you got there, C1. Chevy versus Pontiac. Fourth and fifth gear are really good on this. Just gotta synchronize those gears just slightly. Oh, we spanked that one, didn't we? Alright, I think we're good. So let's head this back to the house and we'll do a little bit more tuning on those gears. Just a little bit more tuning. Dial her in a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely giving me some ideas, I guess, as far as for adding the ECU and the air filter to this config. We'll make our own. We're gonna make our own. And of course, we'd have to find that car too. Now, we found, I think, this drag car. First visit, I guess, as far as that. We got a clip of that too, I guess, as far as finding that on our first visit to the auction. It started out as a 2-star. Started out as a 2-star. And look at it now. Alright, so let's see. We're going to leave the 370. Leave these two alone. Let's see if we can spread this out a little bit more. Give her a better power curve. So it was pretty short shift. From first to second. I almost want to keep it this way. Very tall on the third gear, from what I do remember. Going into third gear, that was pretty tall. So I'm going to shorten that up a little. Fourth and fifth, I want to leave alone. I could probably bring this back a little bit, actually. There we go. Let's do something like that. Give it a good power band. I think that looks good. Let's try that out. Now, we don't necessarily need to re-dyno it. We'll check those gears out at the track. Sometimes a little bit can go a long way. .370 is a pretty nice gear too. So between a 370 and a 385, for the strip, for that type of setup, that much horsepower, that's in reality, I guess that's a pretty good combo. Another McLaren. So these McLarens definitely want a piece of us here. Oh, they beat us last time. Let's see if we can get her now. And it's the long tails too, I guess, as far as wanting to go at us. Ooh! Now the fourth gear's too tall. Crud. So I messed that up. I guess so the fourth gear's too tall now. Yikes, that thing's smoked. I don't think we got anything for that McLaren. How much tuning did that have? That had a little bit of tuning with some slicks on it as well. Let me do that one more time. We're gonna kick our butt. I just want to get the baseline for this gear setup. The fourth gear seems too tall now. Yeah, fourth gears are way too tall now. Okay, at least I know. Just wanted to make sure. That thing is kicking our butt. Yeah, that's a McLaren though, so it is the long tail. It's got some tuning, so that doesn't surprise me. fact that it's even pinning us up with that one, that's surprising. We're kind of way out of that car's league. Okay, so I'm just trying to think. Smooth this out a little bit more on... So I don't know if I want to adjust above 4th and 5th. I'd rather leave 4th and 5th alone. I feel like those are good gears, but let's see what we got here. I want to leave those two right there, so I think what I want to do something like this. Yeah, let's do something like this. Give it that kind of band. Okay, try that out. That might be the extreme, I guess, as far as, but I think that might smooth it out. Let's see what you can do. I mean, in my head, that makes sense, right? There's a lot of dust bunnies up in my head too, so keep that in mind. Ooh, so we get to go against the Bird. Nice, so that's the turbocharged. Now we did know the Turbo Camaro did beat us. So let's see if the Bird can beat us. You have one of these Birds too. I don't think we added any tuning to it though, yeah. Oh! Damn. I slipped on that one, my bad. That was my fault. That was my bad. I'm gonna redo that. That's a do-over. That's definitely a do-over. Let's try that again, shall we? Yeah, that was a slip of the finger there. Let's try it again. Turbo, yes. No, Chemical likes the turbos. Yep, wrong button. Yeah, that's better. I like that. We can beat the Bird. Nice. Yeah, we got this pretty well dialed in now. Alright. So let's do... Try the Pagani now. So this was getting... So it's not quite as much tuning. So I think I had like 6%. Or was that the McLaren that was getting like a 9.8? So we're pretty close. We're pretty close on our tune here. Fourth might be a little tall, but that's not terrible. Now we can beat the Pagani at that level. Sweet. Give me... Oh, V10 Special. That's one of our own configs for that Pro car. Got that Carrera GT engine in it. That engine's pretty strong. Even slept there a little bit and still beat it. Wow, okay. See if it'll give us a McLaren. Yanni, where's the McLaren? There's the McLaren. So it's not the long tail, this is the Lamar. We can beat that car now. I think it had like 6% tuning last time I went up against it. Oh! He got us. That was a good race. Yep, he's getting a 9.8, so we're pretty darn close. We're almost sub 10 second. That's darn close. I'm not even mad about that because these things are fast. Not even mad about it. The Paganis we can beat. This one's got even more tuning, so that's... Yeah, we already know it, even with less tuning that can beat us. Ooh, let's do the Subaru. The all-wheel drive, I guess as far as inline 4. Not a lot of tuning though. What's going on there, WC Gamer? Hope you're doing better. Just checking out our drag Firebird. Oh, we can beat that Subaru. Oh, look at that. We did get sub 10. Look at that. That's our, one of our best times so far. Still there. Yikes. That's not good. Well, at least hopefully you're getting the things taken care of. Okay, we already know we can beat that dude. Long tail. So this one with like 6% was beating us. That's the long tail. Then we can beat this guy. Ooh, for a second there I thought it was going to crash on me. Oh, Longtail got us. Yikes. Look at how close that is. Yeah, we're getting... We did get the 9999. And this one getting 98. So, just so close. Just so close. I feel like if we did have the ability to put the performance air filter and or stage 1 ECU, we could definitely beat that guy. So I think that's what we're going to try and do. Let's head this back to the house. We're going to create our own config for this drag Firebird and add those components. I think that's what I'm in the mood for. Alright, so we got this one pretty well dialed in. I mean, it's not terrible. Not terrible for what it has. You're going to be going home in a day or two. Well, at least that's a good prognosis. Wait, did we just... Was that a random event? I think I just heard that. Let's go get this back over the lift. I think that was a random event. Let's see what's going on. Yep. Well, the Mini Cooper crashed into us again. Probably just going to call the cops on him. Yep. Like somebody crashed. Yep. Would you like to call the cops? Yep. We're crashing into my my property. I haven't had a random event like that, I guess, as far as in a while. So there we go. So we did. Whoopsie, that's not what I wanted. I didn't take that light. The heck, bro. I did not take that light. Sell it. In fact, a lot of this stuff here we may or may not keep. I think I will keep them for now. So what we're going to do, we're going to save up our progress, and we're going to create our own config for this one. So this one is the Firebird drag. Yeah. So let's do save up our progress. Go back to the main menu. We're going to jump out of this here really quick and create our own config for this. Pretty simple. Definitely want to make your own and not necessarily step on the original. How does what happen?
Our next contestant is... Come on down!
Yo, appreciate the follow there. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna... Is that Ornex? Ornegs? Welcome on in. Alright, so what we're gonna do, just give me a second here. Don't adjust your screens. Or Renix? Oh, random events. Yeah, that's I don't remember if that's quality of life. Mine, I don't remember. But every once in a while, that's why they're random. They just happen at random. So give me a second here. We're gonna go ahead and get into our game directory here so that we can update this dude. I need to get here. All right, let's swap this back over. We need some editing music here. Hold on a second. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember if it was or not. So if you got quality of life mod, yeah, they'll do those random events. Yeah, I appreciate you for reconfirming that. So we got to find, it is a Steam Workshop mod. Yep. No, I'm having an awesome day. So we need the Firebird, which is this guy.
He did what in his cup?
I don't think you want to know what he did in his cup. So we got to find the fire. Oh, that's the body. Hold on. We need the config. Which one's the drag? That's the Firebird. That's our own Resta mod. Yep. So the drag one is. Okay, there's that one. Where's the drag? There's the Hunabird. Alright, you're looking for the drag, which is this one. So we want to make a copy of this dude. And make it, this is going to be config 15. Copy this guy. And we're going to rename that to... config 15, so just in succession. I'm going to make this a drag 2. It'll be separate from the other one. This will just confirm we're finding the right one, the right version of it in the game or in the editor. Okay, so we still got to rename this to config 15. Like so, and then we also got to pair that up with the body config. So we're going to take 11. That's what was the original config, right? Copy that. Paste that in here, and then we're going to rename this one. Okay, we're not going to change anything in that. We're going to leave it all the same. What do you mean how to use it? So once you put the mod in there right, I guess as far as I can go through the motions of that again just to make sure you got it in there right. So if you got it installed correctly, it's just it's going to add those quality of life features, I guess, as far as like your shopping lists, the random events and stuff like that. Alright, so we got those two done. Now we should be able to load that up into our editor. And let's confirm that. So let's launch it from here and load up the editor. Just to make sure we got that properly created. So yeah, if you don't get all of this here too, I guess as far as when you launch the game, as far as for the melon loader and such, then you don't have it installed correctly. Yeah, my guess is you probably don't have it installed correctly if you don't have any of those happening. So yeah, we did do some work on our Gen 2. We gotta find the Firebird. So let's look for our mod Firebird and make sure that config is in here. So that is going to be right there. Cool. And then we got to look for drag 2, which is this one. This is the config we want to adjust. Now it does require the RIMS 2 DLC with that. So these are pretty cool, I will admit, but that's about one of maybe 3 out of that whole DLC, I guess, as far as that I care for. So it doesn't really justify to me to actually get that DLC. Just my own thing on that. So I can change that if I wanted to on our own config, so it won't require those rims. I can do that. What's kind of wild is even if you don't have the DLC, if it's applied to the car already and it's not missing, then they're just there. But if you don't have it in the store to be able to buy them directly, then obviously you won't be able to get them. So I'm debating whether or not. Yeah, so you do have to make sure there are a lot of prerequisites for the quality of life mod to work properly. So if you're getting like a newer version of the melon loader, it won't load that mod. That is true. Very true. Okay, so I'm debating whether or not I want to change these rims. These are required by the rims DLC. It even tells you down here. It does require that, so I might change these on our own config. So don't require that. So let's do... Oh, that's cool. So it's even got a color on the rim. Let's see. We want to go with Rim Classic 01. That's for the front. Where's the rear? So it doesn't really tell me, I guess, as far as in here, which ones are DLC. But I do know Rim 25A is ones that are game rims. So we're gonna go this one. Yep, I think we'll go with this guy. I use that one a lot, I guess, as far as especially working on our Gen 2 Camaro. So we'll do that for there and also on the front. So Rim 25. That's one I can remember for sure. So that's the chrome one. So there's one that's not chrome, and there's one that's the chrome. We're gonna go with that guy. Okay, so beyond that, I'll just go ahead and explode. I want to add an air filter and an ECU. This combination. So air filter. So do we have anything in here at all? Sauce. Making sure there isn't one in here already. That might be obscured. Going to brake pump. Battery. Nope. Alright, so we're going to add this in here. Okay, and then we're going to make this one. Let's see which air filter we want. Obviously, we'll be the one with the air box. Oh, wait, that's going to be at the top, isn't it? Yep, so it's going to be up here. So air intake. So we can go. I want the one that is got the screws on it instead of the clips. That's the one I like. So we're gonna go with nope. Air intake, air filter. Okay, that's just the filter itself. Air intake. Which one is that? That's the one with the clips. I want the one with the screws. No, I think that's the inline 4. So that's one there. Nope. Nope. There was one that was smaller with the screws. I guess it's probably just this guy. Yeah, maybe it is just that one. This one just has the screws on it. I think that's the only one we have. I might have to settle with the ones with the clips just to make it smaller. I don't want that one. It's a little bit too chunky. That's just the air filter by itself. Might have to go with this guy. Okay, the question is, where are we going to stick this guy? So we got the coolant over on this side. We'll probably put it over here. Yeah, let's put it on this side of the engine shroud, radiator shroud. This will at least give us the ability to put a performance air filter into it. Now we can scale this down too if we wanted to. That's an option. I'm beginning to wonder, to realize why they probably didn't put an air filter on this. Pretty tight in here. She's TIT tight. Really cool how they did this one with the radiator shroud too. Just as far as look at all that. Sets right into that. That's pretty neat. That's slick. I like the fact that they even added the hood latch and the spring on the hood. That's pretty neat. Where do we want to put this guy? Okay, which way is the hole? What is that way? Okay, so maybe we'll turn this. Let's do... Nope, that's the wrong way. 90 degrees this way. Okay, let's try that. It's going to be a tight fit no matter what. So what's the scale on it? It's 1 right now. Okay. Yep, I'm beginning to understand why they didn't put one in here in the first place. It is tight in here. Just looking to see if there's any other place I can put it. Was it clipping anywhere? Wow, that is tight in there. What's the scale of this engine? 1.2. I think that's normal. Okay. Oops. I feel like I want to scale this down a little bit. Let me try 0.9. Wow, that is tight up against the engine. Can't even put a piece of paper through there. Ay. Let's try 0.8. Go clipping through that. Everything's so black, I guess, as far as it's kind of hard to tell. I think I got a little bit of room this way. Okay, so that's... Everything's so dark. I might get a little bit of clipping over here. Okay, as long as it's not clipping into the engine. Look at how tight that is. Look at that tolerance. I think we can go with that. That might work. Kind of nestle it right in there. Okay, there's our air filter. And I wanted to put it this way. Now, if we had the tube, I guess as far as we go from the throttle into the... What's going on there, Wild Horse? Wild War Horse, what's happening today? So we're going to put an ECU on this one as well. Let's put it somewhere on the firewall here. Alright, let's add an ECU. Probably a Type A. Yeah, I think we'll do a Type A. We'll need this guy. I always forget which way to rotate this puppy. What car is this? This is the Drag Firebird. We're making our own config. We're adjusting the config to it. Now we can go -90 on the X. Nope. Yeah. We're adding the ability to be able to put a tuned ECU and air filter. It didn't have it on it initially. Nope. Wrong way. So let's do 90 on this one. That's got to be a -90. There we go. Perfect. Now we just got to get it on the firewall. It fit nicely over here next to the heater core. Right there. It's kind of hard to see, but he's there. The Hantom Moon would be the Mitsubishi Eclipse, if I remember right. Yeah, I think it's the Mitsubishi Eclipse. Something like that. Yeah. So, what kind of brakes do we have on this? Is drums? I think we got the disc brakes on this. This has got drums. We might put disc brakes on it. We do that. Yeah, I think we'll put disc brakes on this version. Yeah, I think we can do that. I'm gonna take a look at that too. kind of modernize the rear end. It looked like a good spot there. I think it's a good spot. Cool. Now, if we really wanted to, we could add ABS to this thing too. Yeah. If we got room here on the firewall, though. I think there might be enough room right in here. Maybe. Let's see what we got. Let's go add, and let's do. Wait a minute. Where's the ABS? That's up here. I'll put it over here. It's like, where did I put that thing? See if we can squeeze it in down there. And then we're gonna modernize that rear end, I think. Ooh, that's gonna be a tight fit. Everything is so dark. Let's see here. I don't want to bury it too much. Map testing. What kind of map? What kind of map we talking about? So we can go like. Ooh, that's gonna be tight in there. State test. What's state test? I feel like we're not talking about the same thing. Just getting it to where it's clipping through the firewall. Something like that. Wow, that's tight in there. That is tight. Ay. So we can't necessarily put it over here. Got the heater core there. I don't know if I want that in there or not. Oh, that it's. Oh, gotcha. Is that what they call it now? It's probably what they call it now. So, yeah, in my state they call it a MEP test. So it's a Michigan Assessment, something proficiency. I forget. They call it a MEP test. So I guess that's what they call it over there. So in your state they call it a MAP. I gotcha. Yeah, I forget exactly what it's called. So it's Michigan Efficiency Assessment Program, or I can't remember what they call it. An acronym, it's called MEP test. Man, I don't know if I want to have that in there or not. That's pretty tight. So I think if I do keep it in here, I might scale it down just a tad. Oh, yikes, hold on. Maybe something like that. Yeah, that might work. Just scale her down a little bit. Cool. I will go with that. Just modernizing it a little bit. So speaking of which, let's do this. Want to modernize the rear end. So we want to go to suspension. So right now we got the leaf powered. So we do want it still to be powered. So that's solid.
Racer Batman says
Nice.
today I cut the grass for my dad.
So was it warm out for you? Was it warm out for you, I guess, as far as doing that? So that's not the one we want. That's rear center powered. That's leaf powered, so we want. Okay, that's the drum, so I don't want to mess with that yet. Solid powered, solid powered. That's the one we want right there. Yeah, that modern leaf spring. Yeah. Cool. And then what kind of shocks does that one have? Is that going through the trunk? Hopefully not. Ooh, what's going on here? Yeah, so that's flipping through the, so I was afraid of that. So the springs, I guess as far as for that type of suspension is clipping through. Bummer. So what I could do is maybe right up the rear end a little bit. But then I'm going to have to pay attention to how everything else is lining up. Okay. See if we can play around with that a little bit. So I'm going to get these to go underneath here so it's not clipping through. So that's going to be that. I don't remember what the difference was. Keep it on that. Okay, so what we got to do is on rear heights. This one here. Then we'll have to adjust that. I believe that number is going to come down. 7. We'll do a little bit at a time here. Yep, so that's going to raise it up. So that's too high, so we're going to do 3, 9. Damn, that's still clipping. 2, 9. Damn it, it's still clipping right there. Oh. 2, 8, 5. Oh, it's just barely clipping there. I guess I gotta have it at 2.8. But let's see what we got here. That's not too bad, but let's see how this looks. The rest of it looks. We'll probably have to change the axle, the drive shaft, I mean. Okay. We gotta bring the drive shaft down. Something like that. And let's see how it is on this end. Here, let's go ahead and turn the body off. Boop. Yep, we just got to change that angle on here just a little bit. Not a lot. What kind of rotation do we have? Yeah, we're just adjusting a config that's already available.
Racer Batman says building a car.
We're not building a car, we're just adjusting a configuration that's already there. 7, 5. Oh, which angle do we gotta do here? I think we gotta do the Z. 9750. Yep, so we'll do this then. 98. 9. Yep, well this is the one we want. So we can probably just go even 360. 60.5. Oop, too high. Too high. Somewhere right about there. Cool. Nice. Make sure this is still good. Yep, good there. So it does have shocks on it. Let's put the body back on. Nothing else poking through. Dude, nothing I can tell. It's so dark in here. Okay, so I think we're good there. Yeah, so we had to raise it up just a little bit to get these the tops of the springs not to clip through. I think that works pretty good. And then the other thing I want to do on this is put drum brakes, or take the drum brakes off and put the disc brakes. Go to suspension. So right now, yeah, we got solid drum. We want to do disc. There we go. Go both this side and this side. That'd be kind of wild to leave a drum on one side and a disc on the other. That'd be wild. We're not going to do that. So I think on the front... What does that have on the front? Double wishbone. Okay. Looking to see what the front has is all. We're not going to touch that, but disc power. There we go. So we're going to put the disc brakes on the back. Cool. A little bit of modernization, I guess, as far as onto that. That looks cool. Yeah, so we had to squeezed a few more in here. I guess a few more items as far as we had. So we'll be able to tune on this guy and also the air filter. That was the main thing I wanted to do, but we also added ABS. That worked out pretty good. Cool. We'll go ahead and save that config. The other thing I want to look at. Okay, just wanted to make sure on that one. So it doesn't have any standard libraries to this config, but it did have that one library that we have currently. So I just want to make sure. I guess it's just going to apply those if the libraries are available. So I guess if it does have it on there, we can always repaint it. It's not a big deal. Alright, let's go ahead and save this. And that is our own drag config. So we got a Restomod 2 that we created and a drag 2 at this point. Sweet. Alright, let's go ahead. Save it one more time just to make sure. And we'll go in the game. We got to find this car now. So it's going to be the thrill of the hunt. So I don't take any credit for the creation of the car, you know, as far as the modeling of it, just the configuration. Definitely got to make that abundantly clear, because we are creating relatively from scratch our Gen 2 Camaro. We get a lot of ideas, I guess, as far as cool ideas based on this mod car that we just did the config for. Let's go ahead and load up our game and see if we can't find this thing now. And we got another raffle going on there. Get on that while it's hot. Yeah, you can definitely create your own mod for the MAME. You have to model it, of course. Got to be able to create the model. In fact, I could probably show, if there's any interest into it, what I have for the design of the Gen 2. So this car that we've been designing on the off stream, I do have the process of what goes into creating cars there. So if there is any interest to know how that works, or at least what I come to know anyway, I guess as far as I can definitely show that. I just haven't shown it, I guess, as far as because I don't feel like there's a lot of people that want to see it. Alright, so we got this dude. We left that one alone. We finally got that up. Yeah, it's only on PC. So we did get this one up to 868 horse with all the tuning. Yeah, it's only on PC you can do it. That's probably the other downside. Okay, why is my chat not loaded here? Hold on. Chat, come back to me. Just on my end. Okay, so now all we need to do is see if we can find this new config. that we just created. So let's go over to car auctions. It's one of the places that I like to go because we seem to find those. We found that drag car first visit. It doesn't always happen that way, but sometimes it does. So we're looking for that Drag 2 Firebird. See if we get lucky. Crossing our fingers and our toes. You got a lot of cool mod cars now. So yeah, this is the other GTO I was talking about. Next to the one that just came out. I kind of like this one more. Just based on the fact that it's not as chunky, I guess, as far as the mod pack size itself. I understand there's a lot of trims in the other one, to include a convertible version. This one doesn't have that, so, but I think this one's pretty well done. I don't know, some of these mod packs that are coming out, I guess, as far as it is getting way too chunky for my taste. So there's the Hoonabird. Firebird Drag, so that's the original. We're looking for the Drag 2. Look at all these just on one page. These are all original configs that we did not create originally. So yeah, we're looking for that Drag 2. So it's not in this one. So here's a Hoonabird. There's a Coupe. There's our Drag 2. Alright, so it is a 4-star in this case. So there we have it. This is our own config, I guess, as far as of that car. It is a 4-star, so it does have those rims. No livery on it. That's cool. Cool deal. Let's see. So let's see if it's got all the stuff in here we put. So it's got our ABS, got the ECU, got our air filter. Let's see if she starts. So it is a 4-star. A little dirty here in the interior. Needs to be detailed. She's a runner. She is a runner. Cool deal. Yeah, we got kind of lucky, I guess, as far as being able to find this at this auction. So let's go ahead and see if we can get her. Well, the high end is 75 grand. And it's probably going to go that high. The fact that it runs in pretty good shape. So let's see if we get it for her. See how many bidders we got. I'm going to let them duke it out here for... Let it slow down. I don't know. We're going to see how high it goes. I'm going to put a bid in here. Show some interest. Not getting it that easy. There they go. There they are. Yep, they're going to make me pay for this one. I can see this one going over 75. Oh, for a second there I thought I had it. They were thinking about it. Oh, yep, it's gonna go over. Question is how much over? Alright, 78, that's not terrible. So the fact that it does run, I don't think that's too terrible. I think we got a little bit of meat left on the bone there. Let's receive that one. Let's put it in the car parking for now. Let's take a look and see what else we got out here besides that before we head on out. But yeah, we finally did find that one as a level 4. Okay, cool. Nothing else. Let's head back to the garage and we'll check this thing out. Let's check our purchase. Underlane getting some fluids out of that raffle. GG's. Alright, so we're going to probably have to make some room, I guess, as far as to pull out our newly purchased Drag 2. But we're going to get another random event. Okay, there we go. So what we'll do, I'm going to keep this one out. Let's put this guy away for now. Yeah, so let's go put that in there for now. And just so I don't get these confused, yeah, that's our bear frame. I'm gonna put this one, that's our resto mod 2, yeah. Let's move this to... Put them in here for now. And then what we'll do is we'll pull this guy out. Cool. I even like the color on this one. Probably needs a bath, so it's probably similar to this color. So they did have this as a GM color. It was called Blue Sapphire Metallic. Now, I wasn't able to get it exactly that color, I guess, as far as on our Gen 2. Might have to look and see what the hex on this one here, so we'll apply it to that one. This is closer to what I think it was actually supposed to be from GM. We're going to give this one a bath. Let's go give it a bath here first. A little dirty. You're a dirty girl. And we'll detail the interior while we're at it. Yeah, that's much closer, I think, to what that actual color is supposed to be for Blue Sapphire Metallic. What they used to call it. Alright, so how we doing? Condition-wise, mostly in the yellow. Cool. Alright, let's get this back over to the spot. We're going to flip-flop the 2 drag cars. Put this one on the lift. We'll get a better look at it. In fact, hold on. I want to see after giving it... Yeah, see, after giving it a bath, it's still a little bit dull, so maybe we might have to fix up some of the body panels. In fact, while it's out here in the sun, I'm going to fix that up and see if how that looks. Put it on that, just to get an idea. Do-do-do-do-do. Yep. See how much cleaner it is now that it's cleaned up? That is actually... I'm going to have to look at the color code for this one in the config, because that's what I want to apply to this dude. That's what I was trying to mimic. That same GM color. This one's a lot closer. You see the differences there? Yeah. You did kind of a little bit there. You did kind of a little bit. So yeah. We can fix up some body panels there. I like that. That's much closer to that Blue Sapphire Metallic. Let's fix up the rest of these body panels. Oh, we got it all here in the sun. See, I just want to make sure nothing's poking through. Yep, looks like we did good on the suspension. Cool. Alright. So this has got, that's part of the rear bumper. It's got that diffuser on it. Nice. I won't worry about the windows and yet, just for now. Just all the parts that are Blue Sapphire Metallic. Alright, let's go get those fixed up. We'll have to weld the frame to get the rest of the body done. It's nice when they're in this good a shape. You don't have to worry about wrecking it as easy. Got a lot more green, I guess, as far as to aim for. Cool. So that's good. This one turned out pretty slick, I'll have to admit, though. Okay, let's get this one put back together. Yeah, so you're going to see that difference in fade on the paint, I guess, as far as since we didn't weld the frame of it yet. We'll fix that. Okay, I guess that was just black. Alright, cool. Alright, let's put that window back in for now. We'll get them replaced eventually. That mirror on there and this mirror on there. Sweet. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Oh, that brings back so many memories, I guess, as far as of my 76 Camaro I had. Blue Sapphire Metallic. It's a really cool color. So yeah, you can really see the difference on the roof, I guess, as far as between that and what we fixed up there. Nice. Alright, now we're going to swap over. Good one there, Thunderlane. Trying to throw me off. Alright, let's swap this one out with this guy. Ooh. Nice. Very nice. So we're gonna weld the frame, get the body good to go. Oh yeah, someone's got to do it, right? Let's use that 1200 gear welded. That'll get the.
You'll get her done.
Yeah, we're getting her done. Yeah, see now, see all one uniform color there on the body. Nice. All right, let's move this guy out of the way. No, I don't want to do that. Move it out of the way so we don't trip on it. Yeah, that looks good. So we're good on the frame. Let's get the rest of the body. We'll have to do stuff like the windows. Do the tail lights, headlights, all that good stuff. Get the body 100%. Got a lot of really cool options on this thing. So we already got the mirrors. Alright, cool. Let's get these body panels fixed up like we can. Tail lights, headlights, front bumper. Man, no red on that one at all. Nice. So I'm wondering on our own drag Gen 2 if we should create deleted out headlights. We should probably create deleted out headlights. You don't really need those on a drag car. I mean, depending on if you drag at night, yeah, you might need them. I mean, it's kind of like an option, I guess, as far as some drag cars have on it. Most drag cars are going to be done raced during the day. So most of the time, you wouldn't need to have the front headlights on it. Something we'll consider. Okay, let's get some new windows. Go to our Firebird. New windshield. New winder, new winder. So we have to do stuff like the engine cover and all that stuff too. Yeah. Okay, let's get a new rear window. It's got the louvers on it. Now we could opt to go with a rear window that doesn't have the louvers on it. That's pretty interchangeable. You don't have to have the louvers on. I think we'll keep it with the louvers. Doesn't look too bad. Alright, how's our body looking? 93%. Okay, so let's check our list. So we do got a car part one. I think that is... What part is that? Oh, that's the antenna, I think, isn't it? Or is that the 2B? Okay, let's go into the store just to make sure. So part... Oh, that's that under the hood. Yeah, it's on the firewall. Okay, hold on. This guy. Yep, let's fix that up. Yo, what's going on there, Ghoulish Man? Welcome in. This one doesn't have the antenna on it because it is a drag. Yep. But this one has some really cool additions onto the firewall. So I don't know what this is exactly. It might be the wiper motor. This little gadget right here, I think that's the wiper motor. Could be, I'm not sure. Let's see how we're doing now. 95%. Okay, what else are we missing? That's the seats. That's going to be interior. Alright, ABS module. Engine cover, yep. And the car part 3. Oh, so we got a front end on it too. So where's the front end? Front end is this guy. Yeah, okay. Let's get that fixed. Car part 3. You have to look and see what that is. Let's get the front end back on there. Cool. And then car part 3. Oh, that's the roll cage. Yeah, so it's the roll cage. I almost forgot about the roll cage. So, on our Gen 2 Camaro, we made that as car part 4. Yeah, so just for clarity. Not that that makes a difference, but yeah, we made that car part 4. So it just depends on where in the hierarchy when you create the model, I guess, as far as where you put that. So they put it on car part 3. Interesting. So where's that at? Right here. So they made it car part 3. Neat. See, that's probably only available just like on our own drag car, I guess, as far as in that trim. So as far as like the rest of them out and the other trims, that roll cage is not needed. Right? That's only available in that config. So look at the orientation, how it did this one here too. So I'm taking into account how it did the roll cage from the Gen 2. So yeah, I did it this way. So I guess that's the way it's gonna do that. So this one's got no image. What is this for? 2,500 credits. What the heck is that supposed to be? Okay, so if I take a look, for example, on our Gen 2, it did our roll cage like this. So I might have to put some verbiage in there just to kind of confirm what that is. Might have to do that. Okay, so just to get an idea of how that roll cage is working. Alright, let's get that roll cage back in, with that said. And how we looking parts-wise? We're up to 98%. And it's just that engine cover. Nice. That would be this dude. Get that fixed up. Those are all considered body parts. Sweet. I'll get that back in there. And we should be 100% now on the body. Beautiful. Alright, we got all those parts. Let's fix up some interior. Well, not much to it. Just a seat and a steering wheel. Let's do a disassemble on this. And then we'll put this on there, which is a Porsche racing seat. Pretty cool. Let's go to the interior shop to get those items. Yep, Porsche 964 and steering wheel. Beautiful. So this one I noticed does not have like a fire extinguisher in it, which I think is very important. I guess as far as if you're going to make a true drag car, you should have an interior. I guess as far as a fire extinguisher. Nothing worse than I guess as far as a fire breaking out in the cockpit and just being helpless there. Let's go ahead and put this back together. So we got a new seat, new steering wheel. This thing just blinked on me. What happened? Had some fluids to all the folks. Cool. Let's get another raffle going, I guess, just for the heck of it. How many folks are paying attention? Okay, so that's our interior. Cool. So now the only thing we got is the other parts. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, one thing I did notice, I guess, as far as the way they did this one, is they kept the door cards, I guess, as far as pretty much the way the stock car would be, you know, from the factory. We took this approach, I guess, as far as to remove some weight off it. Add just a simple door card to it. So it's a brushed metal type of aluminum. So we're trying to get this out. I still want to do more to the dash, I guess, as far as to kind of simplify it. You know, take the radio out, all that stuff, and just leave, you know, mostly just the gauges. But we still got a little bit more work to do on our drag version of that Camaro. But it's coming along pretty nicely, I think. You don't have to do that, but I feel like most drag cars, I guess, as far as you try to take as much weight out of the car as possible. So stuff like that, I guess, as far as just kind of cleans that up a little bit. So we do know this is running. So I might just go ahead and pull this engine out and get it up to 100% snuff. I think that's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll get it up to base level. We can probably dyno it. You know what? Let's do that. I'm going to dyno it just to see how much horsepower we're losing and go from there. So we know for sure the engine is not 100%. Right? Let's see how much of the 703 horsepower we can get. Which I know it's not going to be 100%. So let's get it over to the dyno. Alright, and see what we can do. So I'm guessing, I don't know, 50 horsepower loss. Let's just take, whatever your guesses are, feel free to put them in the chat. It's definitely not going to be 703. Bigger loss than I thought. Yeah, we're definitely gonna fix this one up. Much bigger horsepower loss than I thought. I only figured about 50. Alright, we're gonna fix that up and get it get her better. Forward to lift. Now in this one we're gonna have a few more things that we can do to it, to include the air filter on the tuning side and the ECU. So I'm kinda curious to see what this gets. So it obviously is still 703 even with the ECU in there, that base horsepower like this. Okay, so if we put a performance ECU in there and an air filter and do everything else the same as we did on this one as far as top end, just see how much, what the horsepower differences are. I think that would be a kind of a cool thing to compare. We know it's going to be higher than what that out there can get. That should be logical. Alright, let's go ahead and pull the engine. Now we got, now that we know what this can get, we're a little bit lacking in horsepower. We're going to make it 100%. Alright, let's get the oil drained. Oil's in pretty good shape. That's a good sign. Move that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. So we got to take out exhaust, all that good stuff. We can pull that engine out. Now we do have some parts that are in our inventory still from working on the other one, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Might be able to use them on here. So I am thinking we're gonna do same performance bars we did that. Well, I thought you were okay. I'm sorry. I was, because the fact that you were here trying to throw me off, I thought maybe I thought maybe you were done. And don't let us keep you from your appointed duties there. Okay, that should be enough to get that pulled out of there. Yep. I'm debating if I should just sell these, if I don't get those mixed up there. Because I'm going to get all the top end stuff just like we did on the other car. I think that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell these. Yep, let's just do that. I don't want to get them confused up there, so I want to get performance parts onto this engine too, for all of this stuff. I could sell all this too, but I want to make sure I'm not getting rid of stuff. I don't want to forget something as far as putting it on the car. So that's kind of my reference. Some people would just be like, well, just sell all that because you're going to replace it anyway, which is true. But I also like to have some reference, I guess, as far as to what I still need to put back on the car. So in this case, we're going to do them all individually. There we go. So that's so far what we've replaced on this car. Righty then, we should be able to pull that out now. Okay, let's get the crane over here, get that yanked out. You know what I'm gonna do, just to make this somewhat more legit? Take the engine cover off, and we're gonna drain the coolant. Now I know we've seen what is necessary in the demo for 26, I guess as far as you gotta drain a lot of these fluids, I guess as far as before you can pull the engine, which I think is a lot more legit, quite honestly. I like that option. So we're gonna kind of follow that same kind of suit here. Cool. And we'll go ahead and pull all this off. Nice. I'm gonna replace that. Say what? Okay, I was trying to pull it off of there. Oh, I guess okay, I thought I was trying to fill it. I was not trying to do that. Now we're gonna charge the battery. Cool. Then on the charger. And where's our crane? Get that pulled out of there. A little bit more legit. We've cleared some of that out of the way so we can actually pull it out of there. Ta-da! She is out of there. Alright, cool. Let's get this on the stand. And let's fix her up. Gonna clean her up a little bit. Do we have to do this? No, but it's just the way our shop works there. We're going to make everything 100%, get all the base horsepower out of it. I may just go ahead and just put the performance parts like we did on the other one right away. So like the supercharger, throttle, all that good stuff. I think we'll probably do that. We gotta take the throttle off first, that's right. I knew that. Set screw. Torque sequence. Nice. This side off. No push rods in this guy. No pushing around on this one. I saw you, Rusty Bolt. Didn't think I noticed. Need that idler off. That belt off. And you get this belt off and need that tensioner off. These are probably one of my least favorite engines, just due to the fact that it's got so many idlers on it. Why we gotta have so many idlers, bro? Just why? Seems so unnecessary. Okay, let's get these belts off. Nope, I don't want to do that. Cam gears. One thing I will give it though is it doesn't have all the push rods and rockers, so they're pretty modern heads on it. Okay, we gotta get all this off, get them heads off. A lot of preliminary stuff before we can get the heads off. Yeah, we're gonna to be putting with a performance supercharger. And we didn't do heads, but we did do sparkulators and ignition coils. Quite a few of these parts are going to be repairable. Obviously, some things will not be. Get that bottom end taken care of. Getting down to the nitty-gritty. A little bit of rust here in the crankcase, not too bad though. Always a good thing when we don't have any rust. And you know he didn't have any leaky gaskets. Some moisture can get in there. Yeah, this is a pretty clean engine. Yeah. Got a rusty bolt here or there, I guess, as far as in the crankcase, but was not too shabby. Right side up. Engine block is in really good shape. Alrighty then, let's get that on the bench, get that fixed up. A lot of parts we can fix up here. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Love to see it. Too bad we can't fix those idlers up. We got so many of them. Probably the one thing off this engine that I wish were repairable were the idlers. Just due to the fact that there are so many of them. Doing good not to break anything. The fact that these parts are in really good shape makes it a little bit easier to do so. Cool. Alright, let's get her back on the stand and get her back together. So we will take it. Oh, forgot the fuel filter. My bad. Left that hanging. Sorry, bro. Part mount, engine block. Thank you. Crankshaft is refurbished. We'll get some new pistons and rings. Go back to this store. Don't forget to put the rings on them. Okay, slap those puppies in. Try to build it somewhat legit here. We'll do all this first before we put the heads on there, and we'll get the pistons and crank all set into place. Alright, let's flip this. Whoa, wrong way, wrong way. Let's get our bottom end all buttoned up. So crank bearings. Work them down. And our pistons. Right, calves. I think we got these all fixed up. Hard to believe we're losing like over 100 horsepower based on the condition of this engine. I would not have expected it, be it in such good shape. To be able to get all that. Well, we're not going to test base horsepower. We know what it can get. So we're probably just going to jump in and put the performance parts right on the top end. Supercharger, ignition coils, all that good stuff. Yeah. We'll button up our bottom end. Okay, we need a different flywheel. Get it all 100%. Our clutch plate should be good. Yep. Pressure plate, not so much. So between that and our throw bearing. Oop. Through here on the bottom. Always miss that guy. Throw bearing. Not a don't confuse it with throwing up. It's a throw out. Big difference. Definitely a big difference. All right, let's right side up. Let's get heads on. Get our heads on straight. Ooh, cams were repaired. Got the dual overhead cams. Nice. And we're going to need to get some new cam gears. These we can't get performance, so not that we put performance on the other one. We're trying to give, you know, fairly linear type of comparison, because the only thing that's different on this one that we created is got the ECU and air filter. So we're going to put performance parts on those just to have an adequate comparison. So we're going to get 2 timing belts. That timing cover on, that's all refurbished. Water pump. Ooh, so many idlers. Alternator's good. Power steering pump good. Let's put our head covers on. Set screw. Work sequence. Marvelous. Okay, so for sparkulators and that, we're gonna get performance parts. Let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. Kind of reminding ourselves what we're trying to do on this engine. Okay, got our exhaust manifolds. Those are refurbished. Cool. Save the front end of the engine for last. It's got so many pulleys and idlers. Yeah, so we need a new harmonic balancer. New water pump pulley. And all these new idlers. These gotta be all brand new. 5 of these puppies. So many of them. And one of those for now. Still got more to go. Not the end of the idlers. We haven't not heard the end of the idlers on this end. Okay, that's our front end. So we want a performance supercharger. So let's go ahead and get one of those from the store. Ooh, we want a performance throttle. Right on. So then we need performance fuel rails. Get 2 of those. Okay, we need performance fuel filter. We didn't put the performance fuel pump on the other dude. Wait, what? What is going on? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Bro, what the heck? Put that on the list. There you go. Yeah, we didn't put the performance fuel pump. Wait a minute. So it's doing that thing with the performance bars again. Son of a gun. Hold on. I put the wrong one on there. Damn it. Yeah, it's doing that wrong. So, might have to close the game out. It's doing that thing with the performance bars. Hold on. So it put... Not putting performance parts onto it. Hold on. Hold on. You dirty rascal. So I'm gonna have to reload the game. It's not putting our performance parts on there. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. So let's go ahead and save this. Dag nabbit. So we're gonna have to get all the way out. So hold please. We'll get this refired. Got it saved. Sometimes it'll work too, but to just go to a different location and come back, I just find it necessary just to get out of the game and come back in. So let's exit out. We'll get this relaunched here, so just give it a moment. Hold on there, folks. We'll be right back. I think I happened to notice that. Alright, we're loading back up. So I think part of the reason why I might have done that is because we launched the game through the editor, and it might have kind of bonked that, I guess, as far as a number of reasons as far as that can happen. But sometimes it'll work, I guess, as far as just to be able to go to a different location and come back. Usually fix it, but I don't know, I've just found it easier, I guess, as far as get completely out of the game, come back in. Definitely save your progress. Alright, let's see how we did now. Okay, so where were we? So let's just put the wrong stuff on there. Those are the standard parts, not the performance ones that we're trying to put on there. There we go. Now it's working. What's going on there, Fluky? What's happening today? Yeah, that's much better. More better. Like cheddar. Oh, yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there. Oh, trust me, I get you. We're doing alright. We just had to relaunch the game, I guess, as far as due to a little itching to get along, but other than that, not too shabby. Beautiful day out. Got a little bit of work done outside. Went on a short bike ride. Yeah, it's all good. That scared the crap out of me. I forgot I had that actually. A bloop it. A little bloop 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 the bitty bitties. Appreciate the bitties. And we got some randos, I guess, as far as you do the 5 biddies. So we got fluids around here, I guess, as far as so it's, someone's got a drippy something or other. They're dripping at the. Shouldn't. Nope. Shouldn't do that now. No, we fixed that last time due to what happened last time. I had to slap that bot up a little bit and say, "Don't you ever do that again." Yeah. Yeah, we made sure we told the bot, so don't ever do that again. Especially when it's the fluky. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Alright, so we're gonna put performance sparkulators in here, so let's do that. Oh, we gotta go to this store though. Yep. Let's go here, get 8 performance sparkulators. And we'll get some ignition coils as well. Wait, what did you say? It censored it. Why did it censor it? Just asterisk? Is that what you were trying to say? Or did it actually mute you? Did it censor you? It might have censored you. Or did you do that on purpose? You trying to Oh, gotcha. Okay. So you told you got ahead of the bot, what the bot was gonna already do. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let's go here. Ignition coils. Let's get 8 of these performance ones. You've got the numbers of some of these bots, I know. Yeah. You're smarter than you think you are, that's for sure. Okay, we got some bit of cover. Making sure we get all the same performance parts that we did on our other build, just to have a fair comparison. No. I just speak the truth. That's all I'm saying. So I think that is done. Oh, got to. Yep, need that fuel filter. Cool. Now we're done. Now it's done. All right, cool. So what we can do now? Yeah, it depends on the eyes of the beholder. Yeah, it just depends on the eyes of the beholder. So let's fix up this. Yep, let's get this all fixed up. Do some preliminary engine-based stuff. This is why I wanted the one with the screws on it. I hate these clips. These clips are such a pain in my butt. Alright, we'll drain this dude out. Get some fresh cherry juice in there. Alright, we'll have to get new ECU. We'll probably put the performance one in there, as well as the filter. Did I ever do the fuses on that one? Let me double check here. You want to use the title? I don't give a crap. I mean, I don't have that copyrighted or anything. I call it that. So there's somewhat of a story behind that. So the Something Different Saturday is a play on our modding group. It gets as far as which is Spline Design Studios. So SDS. that's the only reason why I used that. But I don't necessarily have that copyrighted as far as that terminology. So I'm surprised nobody else has used it, quite honestly. No, I mean, now if you were to use like Spline Design Studios Saturdays, like I used to, I guess as far, then I might get offended, because that's kind of my name. So yeah, I guess we did do all these. I just wanted to make sure. But yeah, I don't feel like that's really any copyright to that. So are you considering this as far as to do exactly that? So my initial design for Something Different Saturday was to do exactly what the title suggests there, to do something different beyond what I normally do. So I did a lot of 3D modeling prior on my Saturdays, as you might know. So when I transitioned from doing a lot of 3D modeling on Saturdays, it was something different. So it was kind of that play on words to Spline Design Studios, which is our modding, our former modding group. We still have it up there. We just don't have a lot of content as of late, because there hasn't really been any games that really show any interest, I guess, besides this one. Oh yeah, that sounds cool. So Oni, is you're talking about Oxygen Not Included? Yeah, I did catch some of your gameplay of that one there, which is pretty neat. Oh yeah, I don't have any problems. I appreciate you asking. I definitely appreciate you asking, but yeah, unless you were using something that I coined specifically that would relate to Spline Designs, you know, that, which you're not, I guess, as far as then maybe I might be, but that's a far stretch there. So let's do these fellas here. Yeah, I definitely appreciate asking, because not a lot of people take that initiative, I guess, as far as to at least ask. I mean, you're going to be doing, obviously, something different than what I do. That's a lot of hours into that game, so I don't even have that much in Satisfactory. That was something, we were comparing notes with a couple other people I know. No. And that's, yeah, that's something I can definitely respect, I guess, as far as you to do, you know, just to make sure, because I've already got that established. Oh yeah, it sucks. It definitely sucks, I guess, as far as when that happens. So I try to do any more with what I'm doing on this channel. If somebody finds it, I guess, as far as that's something they wanted, the direction they want to go, you know, I guess I take a little bit of, I don't want to put this, just as far as I don't sound like a jerk, but somebody was inspired, I guess, as far as, you know, something I'm doing right over here, I guess, as far as for them to implement it on their own channel. That's positive growth, I guess, as far as the way I look at it. So I've seen, like, for example, this is probably another really good example. Thunder Lane, I'm going to pick on Thunder Lane here for a little bit, had suggested to another streamer, BD Gaming. Really cool dude, I guess, as far as I highly recommend to go check him out. He does a lot of American Truck Sim. It was suggested over on BD Gaming, just as far as to mimic the same thing that we've done over here on the channel with our fart can spray, which is this dude. Let's see if I can get it up here. Come on, chat. So this same can here, but it's done a little bit differently. It's a shorter spray duration. But yeah, I can't really lay claim to that being mine, because that's something I stole from a GIF of the Lysol, you know, type of thing. So to be able to implement there, that means something that I've done here has inspired somebody to use it on their channel. You know, that's kind of flattering in a way. You know, so I don't necessarily look for that type of recognition, but it's nice when people do, just to kind of show that's like, you know, you kind of gave me an idea for this, and I want to make sure that it's recognized. So I definitely appreciate that. Now, with that being said, too, I've never, you know, told BD, I guess, as far as about, well, you stole my idea. It's like, no, it's not my idea. It's a cool thing. I think more people should have one. Something more original that I've got on this channel, because I do a lot of car mechanic sim, is probably, and whether or not I see it on any other channel, that's still yet to be seen, is my WD-40 can. That's another spray can that we got here, because we do a lot of, you know, rusted parts, I guess, as far as over here. So I want people to be able to help out, I guess, as far as when need be, even if it is in the virtual sense. So yeah. See, did I get this one already? I think I did. So that should be 3 big guys. So we're gonna go to the electronics store. Yep, I missed one. So I need 3 of these. Okay, we're good. So I did miss the one. I noticed the error of my ways. So you're considering to do Oni, which is, for those that don't know, that's oxygen not included. I've seen that gameplay. Yeah, you've got that game pretty well figured out from what I've seen. Much the same as you say I do with Satisfactory, which I don't feel like I do. There's so many things that I don't know about that game, but when I do find out about it, you know, just sharing the what I have come to find with games like that with other people, so that they can enjoy the game as much as I do. That's the approach I like to take anyway. Alright, so that's a cover. That's all good to go. So there's that. We need a new one of these, new one of those. Battery's on the charger, so I'll get that off the charger.
Our next contestant is... Come on down! You're the next contestant.
Yo, Jake the Snake coming on in here. I appreciate that follow. Welcome on in. Old timer, we're working on... I'll show you here in a second. Let me get these parts here really quick. So let's get a new one of these. We're working on our own configuration of the drag Camaro. Or the Firebird, I'm sorry. So we did add some things, I guess, as far as to this in comparison, I guess, as far as, so we added stuff like the air filter, which it didn't have, the ECU and ABS, just to add more tuning. Now I know the ABS you can't tune that, but it just seemed appropriate. We did upgrade the rear end, I guess, as far as to put a more modern rear end to it, to include disc brakes. So yeah. Yeah, I saw the convertible GTO. Nah, you're good there, old timer. I did see that one, and I did notice, and I've kind of ranted a little bit. I got on my soapbox about how certain DLCs are being applied to mod cars. So I'm gonna get on that once again, I guess, as far as the fact that it's required to get the rims DLC too. For that GTO, that current GTO that's out there. Now, I do like the fact that it does have a convertible. I will say that. But the other GTO that we have already done by another modder, I kind of like that one more, even though it doesn't have the convertible trim to it. Plus, the fact that that latest GTO mod that came out, post-fact of this Firebird, these mod packs are getting way too large, in my opinion. The fact that that's pushing 100 megabytes on that one mod pack, I understand there's a lot of trims to it. I totally get that. I feel like it could have been split up a little bit more between the different years. I think it's getting a little bit crazy with how those mods are getting created. So I'm gonna reserve myself from getting it, at least myself for now, up until someone can convince me, I guess, as far as that it's a halfway decent mod. I do like it for the fact that it does have the convertible trim in it, though. I will say that. Which that other GTO mod that's out there on the Steam Workshop does not have. So, but that's about the only differences. I guess I just take into account the way I'm designing my own car, as far as the Gen 2 Camaro. Not to add all that. Like, why do we need all that in one mod? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like it's a little bit overkill. You know, split it up, I guess, as far as in different eras. You know, I understand that they were trying to represent a certain generation of that GTO. That's fair. But I think it could have been split up a little bit more. And necessarily split up in such a way that it wouldn't require the DLCs that it does require in that bigger pack. So that's just my own qualm about it, and I don't know. I guess I've just always taken the approach to make it to where you don't need a lot of DLC. I guess as far as for what I create, you could put it on there if you wanted to, right? But you don't necessarily require it, at least at the base level. So maybe that's just my own perspective, I guess, as far as of how to design a car, as opposed to not to. And whether or not, you know, one can say that's, you know, that's pretty legit or not, that can be argued as well. I'd only see like maybe 2 or 3 out of that Rims 2 DLC that I really give 2 craps about. The rest of them I feel is just a lot of regurgitated assets. They're just, you know, so the previous Rims DLC that we got has a lot of the same ones in there. They're just slightly different, not too drastically different to justify having it. Just my own take. So whether or not that's justified, that can be argued. I'll admit. So I've ran into this same deal, I guess, as far as with that same modder, to where, why do we have the, so we required a police DLC on one of the mods, and I forget which one it is now, and it was just the steering wheel from the police DLC. It's like, I'm not getting the police DLC just to get that steering wheel. That's just silly. You know, it just doesn't justify to get it, I guess. Some people would argue as far as like, well, you know, this game's coming to an end, so, you know, if you get the sales on the DLC, this behooves you to get it. And that's probably a valid argument too, but I don't know. If there's, I guess I just kind of gauge it as if there's not enough in the DLC for me to really appreciate and find use in, I just don't, I don't need it. Again, just my own perspective. There has to be a certain percentage of usage out of a DLC, I guess, as far as to justify it for me. Yeah, so on the other side of that argument is it's not like you can't put your own, so like on this one, I'll give this one as an example. This one does require, at the base level for this configuration of the Firebird, it requires the Rims 2 DLC, right? We changed it in the editor to make it so that it doesn't require that, right? But that's what that required to do, I guess, as far as to make it not. Now, even with that said, if you buy the car, even without having the Rims 2 DLC, those rims are still good. Like, you'll still be able to use them if they're still repairable. The only thing that makes it bad is if you need to buy a new one and you don't have the DLC, you're not going to be able to buy it. So there's kind of a two-sided coin, I guess, as far as to that. So some could argue that too, I guess, as far as, well, just because it says it requires it doesn't mean I can't still use the mod, you know, as far as this car in itself. That's true. That's 100% true. But at the same time, why make it so that you require that DLC for the mod? Put a default deal on there, and if somebody has the Rims 2 DLC, they can put their own rims on it. I guess that's what the point I'm trying to make. There are some ways to eliminate less need for needing DLC, I guess, as far as to make it more appealing, I guess, as far as to the folks. So let's get some. Wait, did we fix the clips? I think we did. Yes, we did. All right, cool. We have to get that off the list now. So yeah, we did squeeze this air filter in here into this engine bay. And whether or not we did a good job on it, that can be argued. Tried to squeeze it in there as best we could. See how it looks here. Get a better look at it. So it doesn't look like it's clipping too much. We don't have the engine in there yet, but yeah, it looks pretty good, even without the engine in there. I tried to orient it to the point that if we did have the hose on it, it would actually go right into the throttle body. Even though we don't have that hose. I know there's bonus parts you can do that. That's a whole nother ball of wax I don't want to get into as far as with bonus parts. I mean, to each their own. If you use them, great. I don't like them to be directly applied, I guess, as far as to configure the car. It should be post-fact to that. Again, just my own perspective on it. So did we get... No, I don't want that on there yet. Hold on. So I want... Bro, get out of that mode. Turn our flashlight off. So we need... Yep, we got a new container there, and I think I got this new container. Beautiful. Getting all the preliminaries done here in the engine bay. We get the battery off the charger. Cool. So the engine's already good to go. Just want to get that one out. I think I'm going to fix up the front end on it before we put the engine in there. That'd be cool. Yeah, so we'll fix up the subframe and all that good stuff. Get it all 100%. Radiator should be good, yeah. Okay, that's all fixed up. Good deal. I do like the way this one's done. I had pointed that out earlier. The way this engine cover is done on this one here to have the slit in there for the radiator itself, that's pretty cool. So if we put this back on here for a second. I like how that split right there, I guess as far as for that engine cover, that's cool. Plus it's got the fender struts. You want to mount that to the lip of the fender, that's pretty neat. I did not do that. I might change that design on here. So we did make our own engine cover for our Gen 2 Camaro. I might do this something similar just to add some struts onto that. Also want to add some more, maybe a spring and even a hood latch. I guess as far as to that, I'm not sure yet. I see that done on this one here, and that's like, wow, that gives me some pretty cool ideas. That's a lot of detail. Which is kind of lacking here too. The fact that this is not cut out for that scoop. That's kind of wild. That can probably be modeled a little bit different, I feel, I guess, as far as to have the slot open on for the hood scoop on the underside. I don't know if that was meant to be that way, but that seems a little bit lacking there. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's get this front end fixed up. No, I'm yakking my gums. You guys want to see some work done. So yeah, what we did on this config was to put what's available. I think it comes with the drag DLC. I think it does as far as these rims. So it does still require DLC, but it's yeah, I don't think this is available by default, I guess, as far as without the drag DLC. So there's another argument that can be made too, I guess, as far as, well, the rims that you change this to still requires a DLC. I guess I'm just there's a lot more to the drag DLC than just the rims and other parts. So there's more that's appealing, I guess, as far as for that in that DLC, with just a matter of having only a couple rims that you might like in the rims DLC. And I guess I'm speaking from also the modeling standpoint, as far as, like, I'm sure some of you that have gotten the Rims 2 DLC have probably noticed. A lot of it's just regurgitated from prior releases, and they're just slightly different. They're not even drastically different in a lot of cases. So to me, that this doesn't really justify buying it. So to each their own on it, I guess, as far as I don't want to beat the dead horse, but I just think it's silly the way it's applied in that fashion, I guess, as far as, like, well, I like these rims on that car, so I'm going to apply that to my my mod car. You know, and the fact that it does notice it, like, when you're applying these different features to your mod car within the editor, it's going to tell you what mods are going to be required, what DLC, I should say. So take that into consideration when you're creating your own car, I guess. Especially when you're going to make it. Some things just don't necessarily need to be required. So hopefully that's the only point that's coming across. Maybe I'm just taking too much initiative, I guess, as far as to make sure I'm not requiring a ton of DLC, I guess, as far as just to be able to use the mod car. Maybe that could be. Maybe I should be taking more consideration of all the DLCs that are available. Maybe that's my problem. Yeah, a lot of this would be fixable. Take that lower control arm out. Yeah, we got a rusty bolt here and there, but for the most part, this car's in pretty doggone shape. So with all that being said there, Old Timer did... I don't think I've commented on it yet, but it did get me to looking into that that GTO mod that came out there and realizing the size of that thing. I mean, like I said, it's pushing 100 megabytes. It's like, what the world? I mean, understanding, yes, it does have a lot of different trims of that same generation of car in there, but quite honestly, I think it's overkill. I think it could be split up a lot more than it is. Just my own opinion. Alright, let's fix this all up. So we got some rotors here that can be machined. Fix up some of the other parts. I can easily see that mod being split up in a different way. I don't know exactly how, but not all in one mod pack. It can be made into maybe 2 or 3 separate mod packs. You know, at, say 20 to 25 megabytes a piece. That would be more reasonable. Not only that, but to kind of eliminate the necessity for all the DLC that's required for it. So if you break it down, there's going to be some parts of that mod that won't require DLC. See, I don't have a lot of Payne's cars. I will mainly, you're talking about Dead Bob, right? There are the McLaren, for example. That might be one exception. I do have Dead Bobs, I guess, as far as McLaren. The detail in that one is pretty dang good. There are some things that they kind of skimped on. I'm just saying that loosely, I guess, as far as how, like, say, the exhaust is all lined up, which it's not. But they did make it true, I guess, as far as to what the McLaren is, right? So I give them credit for that. But as far as not to line it up with what the game provides at its core, that's where I feel it's kind of like, man, you should have lined it up more with what the game provides. Even though it might not have looked as authentic to the McLaren. So that's just one argument I'll make about a lot of Dead Bob's cars. So Dead Bob does put a lot of detail in their cars too. And that's probably one of the other reasons why I don't have a lot of Dead Bob's cars. Because I feel like a lot of it could be broke down a lot more. Now, to each their own too, I guess, as far as the way you design your cars, your own business. But sometimes adding too much to a good thing is not a good thing. Sometimes less is more when it comes to that. So I've never done it. I would never consider doing McLaren myself. So it's like if I was going to do it, I probably would have done it much the same way. But even with that being said, there would probably still be a low-fi version I would do of it instead of having the high-end version. Like maybe the high-end version available somewhere else, third party, like maybe on their own site, and then have a lo-fi version, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop. Something like that. That would just be my approach anyway. Not everybody can handle that has a high-end computer or a PC, I guess, as far as to handle that much detail in a mod. That's the other thing I take into consideration. That's a whole nother argument too, I guess, as far as, well, some mod creators would take into consideration, you know, it's like people should be with the times. It's like if you don't have a, you know, halfway decent PC at this point, it's not a matter of having one, it's being able to afford one. You know, have you seen RAM prices lately, for example? Not everybody can afford that, so I guess I'm thinking of the little guy when I'm designing things, I guess, as far as to put them in consideration first, and not just everybody else that's in my same boat. Maybe that's just my own consideration for that type of stuff. You know, so I guess it just depends on how you look at it. I feel like I'm getting too much on my soapbox, so I'm gonna try and not mention it too much anymore. Let's see, I do need some new brake pads. This front end. I'm gonna need some new rubber bushings. And let's do 12 of those. Alright. And then let's take these apart. Yeah, I think that, now that I think of it, that's the only car that I've got a Dead Bob's Payne, known as Payne's Workshop, is that McLaren. And I think that was suggested by one of the viewers back then. And it is a cool car, I'll admit, but it has a ton of detail. I can just imagine if I had a lot of other Dead Bob's cars like loaded up in my parking lot there, my game would probably struggle. It probably would. I wouldn't doubt that. And that's probably not a good thing. It's because it has so much detail in them. That's why I say, I guess, as far as sometimes having all the detail is probably too much. So where are those suspension parts? We need these, and caps. Cool. Get some new ones of those since those are not repairable. I did put that clip on there. I don't need that. That was a mistake. So we'll do like this, and 2 of these. Okay, we'll take that one off, and we need to put these new ones together. We got a raffle going there, focusing on that raffle there while it's hot. Ooh, and I think that's, so other than like sway bar and end links and stuff like that, I think we're good. Get this back together. Then we'll slap our engine in here. I think I'll probably fix up the rear end too while we're at it, just to get that all 100%. Yeah, well, that's what we like to do. Fully restore. So our shock assemblies are all brand new. Okay, we do need a new sway bar. So I didn't get anybody else that was interested in seeing the process that goes into modeling a car. If there is any interest for that, definitely feel free to chime in. I've only had the problem with showing it because I know it can get kind of boring. I know a lot of people just want to see the finished product. So I get that. That's why I've only tried to show just what I've been able to complete, as opposed to showing the process to get to that point. But if there is any interest for that, I'll show it if there is an interest in it. That's what I'm kind of used to, especially on previously on my Saturdays. I know Fluky was asking me about that previously. I did show a lot of 3D modeling back in my Saturdays, but I just didn't see a lot of interest in it, so I just didn't show it. But most of these types of assets that we play around with, someone had to create that. You know, they just don't create themselves out of thin air. Somebody had to take the time and actually model it. Whoop, well, we need new wheel bearings. Hold on. We gotta back that up. Got ahead of myself. Hold on. Get that out of there. That's not the one we want. I forgot my wheel bearings. Let's get some wheel bearings. Wheel bearings. And we need some caps. That's the front end. Okay. Put these new ones in. There we go. Marvelous. Okay, so steering rack was repaired, y'all. I forgot my tie rod stuff, y'all. So we need new stuff for those. So 2. We'll get our outers as well. You know the drill. So outers. New ones of those. And don't forget our rubber bushing. All brand new. Feel like a brand new car. Get our uppers on this one. Rubber bushings into the subframe. And I think that's the last 2 we need to have in there. Yep, good deal. No more rubber bushings. Huh? Oh, I forgot to take it off the... forgot to take it off the machine. Oops. Got the flap of my gums there too much. That's what happens. brake pads. Cool, and we'll deal with these tires here next. Yeah, so we can break down these tires next. Let's do that. Got to keep them separated. So it's got a different color onto that. I forgot that. So I noticed that in the editor, it's got like a dusted gray, I guess, as far as to it, instead of being chrome. It's kind of neat. I like that color, that blue sapphire. I'm gonna have to look at the color code he's got on this one here, and we'll apply it to our Gen 2. I tried to match that up as close as I could, and that's, after looking at that one, that's way off. That's definitely a lot closer to what it should be. So that's where I get a lot of inspiration for these mod cars too. Okay, let's fix up these rims. See, actually, this doesn't say it requires drag DLC, so I think these are in the game by default. So that's, I don't think these are require the drag DLC. I think that's a core game rim. Now that I think of it. So there are other parts that are in the tune shop, for example. So I guess it doesn't have that icon for there. But all this stuff, like, for example, this is all drag DLC. Like these types of stuff. But yeah, I don't know if those rims come with the drag DLC or not. But I'll still hold true, I guess, as far as to my less is more when it comes to that. So anyway, let's do rims. We need some new tires for our front end. 225, 45, 15. Let's put that on the list. And let's go to the tire shop. 225, 45, 15 inch. 225 wide. And 45 on the sidewall. And those are slicks. Yep, so a good chunk of money for those. I was just admiring how that rear end looks, because as far as I know, to be a drag. So this has got a part of the rear bumper as far as that diffuser. That's pretty cool. I was wondering if I should do something like that on our Gen 2. Well, this bumper's a little bit higher. Gives me some things to think about. Now, granted, this is a totally different body style. Totally different body style, I get it. Just some thoughts. Wait a minute. Okay, so we got everything put together. Let's balance them out. Must have the balance. Those narrow center lines on the front. Okay. That'll be good on our front end anyway. Marvelous. I kind of like that finish it put on there, I guess, as far as it's kind of like a brushed chrome. So you can still see the sheen coming through the chrome, but it's that's pretty neat. I like that. Very nice. Okay, so yeah, let's do our rear end too while we got it up on the lift. Yep, so we put this originally had drums on it, so we put the disc brakes. Kind of modernizing it a little bit. We did have to adjust the tight on the rear as far as to make sure the springs weren't clipping through. That was about the only adjustment we needed to make on that. That kind of affected placement of the drive shaft. We did adjust. Overall, the internal too bad. Okay, let's get that unstrapped from the axle housing. Now, some might be asking, do you really need to do all this? Probably not. But, I don't know. I get into the habit of just completely restoring. Get it completely restored. Oh, wait a minute. Get it off of there. Ooh, new level. Level 133. Let's go. That happens when you work on all the cars. So she's got it out on the rear end. How's that look in the rear end? This one's a little bit more simplified, so it does have some gaps in here. But definitely like some of that underbody work is have the tunnel, transmission tunnel. It's pretty slick looking. It does have a couple of minor gaps, I guess, as far as into there. So it does have a frame. This can be fixed quite easily from the modeling standpoint. Not that it's terrible, but those are types of things, I guess, as far as I make sure that I don't have in the design of everything. But I do like the way that tunnel, transmission tunnel, look at how nice that lines up with the drive shaft. That's slick. I like that. There are certain things like that that give me a lot of inspiration to do better with the modeling. You know what? We're going to go over to this bench because we got some rotors in the machine. Try not to break any parts. They're in pretty good shape, so it shouldn't be too hard. Won that raffle. Old timer getting those fluids out of that raffle. GG's. We got that new month there, folks, so we're building up the fluids for the month of May. So if you didn't get yourself into the top 5 the fluids for the month of April, good way to do it. Get in the raffles. Right in, so those are good. Let's get our other rotor. We gotta break down those other tires, yep. So we're gonna need some new pads for the rear. Yep. So we'll do brake pads for the rear, so we do got the discs back there now. Beautiful. Let's get that rotor off of there. We're going to need 2 regular rubber bushings for the leaf springs. Yep, okay. So get those. And then a couple of new shocks. So where's our suspension? We need 2 rear shocks. There we go. Get those. 2 new ones of those, and I think that's about it. I think we're good. So let's get this rear end put back together. Pretty simple, but modernized. New shocks. We'll probably need top spring caps, yep. And new springs. Yep, so we'll get some new springs and tap caps. Obviously not repairable. And these should be just, yeah, so we'll get new ones of those. White, little knuckles. Those are remachined. Got some new pads. Calipers are all refurbished. Awesome. And this side done. Yeah, over here, bro. There we go. Remachined. New pads. Calipers refurbished. Now we get our leaf springs in. You know, quite honestly, I like these types of leaf springs in the modern sense, because the transversing ones don't tend to adjust, I guess, as far as for the... How would you say, I guess, as far as... So when you've got, especially forward momentum on there, you want that stability to not have this pivot too far forward. This gives that counterbalance. Whereas having the transversing leaf springs doesn't do that as much as these do. That's why I like these better as a more modern leaf spring. It's much more effective for getting the whole rear axle to roll forward, especially when you got that forward momentum, that forward launch. It's not so much for wheel hop as much as that's more in the shocks and the springs. This one you're trying to get keep the rear end, I guess, as far as from rolling forward. That gives that stability a lot more. Some would tend to argue, I guess, as far as that it does prevent some wheel hop. There might be some truth to that. Quite honestly, more of eliminating wheel hop is your springs and your shocks. So whether or not you use coil over shocks or whatnot, definitely want to have that combination to eliminate the wheel hop. Want to keep the rubber to the road as much as possible. There we go, so that's all strapped in. We'll get a new fuel tank and fix up that fuel pump. Fix that up. So these are not repairable. Let's get a new one of those. Okay, let's get that fuel pump fixed up. Oh, wait a minute. Why did that not fire off? Hold on there, Dart. That's not cool. You coming in late? Yeah, I guess you are a little bit late. What's been happening? Hope you're not having truck issues. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that here. Just give me a second. Good thing it does show up on my activity feed at least. I'm sure you have a good excuse for being late. There, Dark. I'm sure you do. Where is it? Oh, way down there. Looking at me.
You're late.
We'll let it slide for there, Dark. We probably know we got a pretty good reason. I'm sure you got a pretty good reason. Let's fix this up. Egg on radiator. So we did fix up the radiator in this guy so far. So that should count. That should count. Yes, May the 4th be with you. So you're like the second person that brought that up. I will admit, I guess, as far as I did not notice it, even in my ventures this morning, I guess, as far as there was no vibe for it, I guess, as far as up until started stream up. Thunderlane, I think, as far as mentioned it to me initially, and as far as like, yep. You're only the second person that has brought it up to me that it is actually May the 4th. Alright. I don't know if that's a sad thing or not. So we're going to separate these wheels and tires. Fix these rims up. Get the rear end all good to go. I'm glad to hear no truck issues, though. I know, I think the last time you mentioned you had a trailer tire. An outer trailer tire went out. If I remember right. So obviously you got that fixed. The only reason why I remember that is I remember asking if it was an inner and outer. Outer ones are the worst when it comes to trailer tires. Yep. No, I get it. No, I get it. Absolutely. But the fact that I didn't realize it was May, it's hard to believe. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the fact that we are in May. And the fact that today, being as warm as it was, warm as it is still, I'm hoping the rest of May stays this way. But I know it won't. That's the sad thing. It's going to get cooler again, I guess, as far as unfortunately. So we're going to need to get 2 of these. So different width, same sidewall.
Time to do some sketchy stuff. Do-da, do-da. Hope to get away with it. Oh, ba-do-ba-day.
I don't know if we've gotten into doing some sketchy stuff today yet. Maybe? And I might have overlooked it. It's very possible. Let's get ourselves some new tires. Let's go to the tire shop. 295, 45, 15. So 15 inch. Yep. 2 of these and 295 wide. Perfect. Alright, let's go ahead and put those back together. You know, it kind of does. You know, this rim kind of fits like a glove on this this new tire, new drag slick. Not wrong. Must have the balance in the force because it is May the 4th. Yeah, I wish I would have had something. Well, we're trying to get this one back rolling. Yep. We're getting her fixed up so we can get her back rolling. She's getting there, slowly but surely. And I ain't joking, and don't call me Shirley.
On the road again.
Are you on the road again? We'll be on the road again virtually tomorrow. Get some trucking in. So they have officially announced the release of Illinois. It's coming 2 weeks. Thereabouts, May 14th, I think they said. Watch the live stream, I guess, as far as that. So we can be expecting to get Illinois, I guess, as far as May 14th. And I never did look at my calendar to see what day that is. So whatever day that happens to be, maybe able to do that on our Tuesday, or we'll definitely be getting into it. So you're Ohio, so I know you've been in Indiana. So it looks like you're still in that general region, between Ohio and Indiana. Okay, so we got that back on there. I think we're ready to put this engine in. Go ahead and take that off the stand, get our crane over. Fix this up 100%. Man, I like that color. We need to get this car down so we can get the engine in there. Okay, it's kind of hard to alley-oop it in there that way. Alright, let's try that. 100% green build.
Lizard.
She's in there.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Oh, the lizard's here. All hail the lizard. Oh, I pulled it back out. Whoopsie. Put it back in there. Meant to move the crane. Come on, triple alert. All hail the lizard. The lizard has returned. Alright, so she's in there. Let's button up our bottom end. Yeah, this config that we did for this drag Firebird hasn't turned out too bad. Not too shabby at all. So one thing I didn't do. I didn't put the yes. We'll deal with that here in a moment. As far as to get a performance ECU, I think we do want to do a performance gearbox too.
No.
What's no? What do you mean no? Not to hail the lizard? We don't want to hail the lizard? Is that what you're saying? What you trying to tell me there, Dart? So we need to go to here, go to the gear shop, and get ourselves a performance one of these. I might try and put the same specs to this one as our other drag. Cool. Alright, so...
It ain't got no gas in it.
This one doesn't have any gas in it yet. We're working on it. We're definitely working on it. Let's go back to here. New downpipes. I don't remember. Did I put new ones on the other one? I gotta double check that. I think I did. I can't remember. We did that one so quick. Let me see if I did put... Yeah, I did. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Trying to do it fair comparison on there. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna get a couple new mufflers. Yep. Okay, so that, 2 new ones of these. Yeah, so we're gonna get a performance ECU. And I don't think I put the performance filter on it, air filter. Gotta check that out. I think I got the regular one. We can put our drive shaft back on. Ooh. Oh, nice and straight that is. That's pretty cool. Starter back on. Wait. Okay. Alright, we do need... We're going to get a performance ECU. Let me double check on this. Did I get a performance one? I don't think I did. Nope, I put a regular one in there. Shoot. I meant to put a performance one in there. Whoops. My bad. Got ahead of myself. What I get for flapping my gums. Alright, let's put a performance one of those in there. Go to the tune shop. So this is what's going to be in addition to what that original drag config. It did not have an air filter or an ECU on this setup to be able to tune it. So we should be able to get more, in theory, on this one than we did the other config. So we're going to see how much more we get. That definitely fit in there pretty good. So let's get a performance. We'll get a stage 1 ECU. Oh, I forgot about that. So we got to go this ECU, and we need a stage 1. Oh, that'll work. So the fact that the other config doesn't have an ECU at all, so this is already going to give it more power just doing that. Okay. Well, gotta remember to tune that at the dyno. So I think that is everything. Get her on the ground. I think we're ready to get this over to the dyno. So let's check our status. Yep, we're 100% all the way around. Beautiful. Love to see it. We need to get some fluids into it first there. So let's do our motor honey. I don't want to wreck this engine. We got it all restored. What's going on there, 2 Kraz? What is happening today? Oh yeah, that's pretty adequate motor honey. Good deal. All right, let's get some Gatorade juice in here. You have been on this game? Yeah. It's very addicting, isn't it? So many pretty cool mod cars coming out as of late. So we created this on one of our own configs for this mod car. So what we've seen out of the demo definitely gives some promise. One of the big things, and I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it up until we get the full release of 26, I want them to add a shopping list to the pie menu. Instead of having to go so deep, I guess, as far as into the store. So the way they've got it currently is you have to go into that whatever store first before you can get to the actual shopping list. I think that they should make it more available in the pie menu, just like this one. If they do that, I think that'll be a solid game for me. That's just my only quirk out of it I've seen so far. Yes, I think that would behoove them, I guess, as far as to do that. It would make that process of buying the parts and even seeing what you've bought and you have in queue, I guess, as far as to buy anyway, that would be solid. Actually, in fact, I need to adjust that out. We already got the ECU stage 1 performance. That's good. So we need to get some bug juice in here. And we need the brake juice, and I think that's it. It's between our bug juice and our brake juice. Gotta be able to wool this puppy up on the drag strip. Alright. Our brake juice. Just up to the max line. Good deal. Ooh, okay, we got all the juices in there. Okay, we'll get some alignments. Get this thing over to the dyno and see what we get out of it. Don't want to forget to tune that ECU. Don't forget. Oh, wow, she's way out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. Way out of whack. No good, no good. Oh, and then let's do this guy. Okay, that's the line. So we do have the headlight deletes on this car, but it still has the option for aligning the lights. Yep. So that's the silly thing, I guess, as far as it still gives us the option to align the headlights, even though we got the headlight delete. So it's, yeah, kind of funny, but it still works. Let's get this over to the dyno and see if we get. Hold on, there it is. But we're gonna get more than this for sure, I guess, as far as because. So this is not what we're trying to compare. We're trying to compare. I think it's 868 we got on the other one, without the ECU and the air filter. So definitely should be more. I put it up for prediction there too, so let's do those of you tuned in currently. So we worked on this one earlier. Kind of compare notes. So this one does not have the air filter performance and the performance ECU, right? And we were able to get, with what performance parts we did put in there anyway, we were able to get 868 horsepower, right? So it should be more. Now, how much more, that's still yet to be determined. I'm thinking we should be able to get 100 horsepower more than this. So I'm going to say 968. So feel free to put your guesses in, I guess, as far as what we'll get out of this one that has the ECU and air filter. Performance. We got stage 1 ECU. I'm thinking at least 100 horsepower extra on this one. So this one, the way we did this config, we did the air filter performance and also stage 1 performance ECU. You think 120 plus? I'm going to stick with my 100. It's going to be at least 100. So you're going to think 120 plus? Just with those two items? I mean, we've seen, just by doing the top end on that car, we gained, what was it? So you think 970? So I was thinking of just the gain itself. You think 970? So that would be, what does that one have? 868. That's roughly about 100 horsepower, right? So that one had 868. I forgot what it was now. Compare it again. So if you're thinking 970, that's about 102 horsepower gain. Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at. I think we're in the same page there, old timer. About 102 gain. Having the stage 1 ECU and the air filter performance, I think that's pretty fair. So let's go ahead and tune. Okay, what do we got at the gearbox? I need to see what I'd set that one to on the other one. You thinking 120 plus? You might not be wrong. Now, we were able to gain that much just by the top end on that one there. So I need to look at the gears on this one real quick. Oh shoot, I gotta have it on the dyno, don't I? Damn it. Alright, so we'll have to get that on the dyno and adjust those. So it's on there, so we'll just leave it on there that way. I want to get the gears the same on this one. I won't worry about this right now. I know I didn't change the rear gear, but we did change all the other gears just to kind of smooth it out. If I have to guess, I think we put this at... Where did we put that? I think we did something like this. Something like that. No, actually I had this back like this. I remember now. Something like that. I know it's probably not the same, but okay, we also got to do the ECU. Yep. Get this one tuned. Ooh, almost had it. Okay, get two of them the same. There we go. Oh, so close. Okay. Not quite. So go down on that. So that's the right idea. We want to get these all maxed out. Okay, so go down on that, down on that. Oh, so close. Hold on, so go one up on that. Need to get these. Two of these at. Ah, dang it. You accept that. Or we have to put those at 0. So close. Okay, hold on. So that was 0 minus 1. Now we're 1 off on that one. You son of a gun. Dirty, rotten thing, you. Okay, those are all the same. Don't 1 off. You dirty thing, you. What are those two got to be at? So I tried it at 0. I'm going to get this. That's all the same. Nope, not quite. What's going on there, Fluffy? No problem there. 2. There we go. Got it. So that needed to be, what was that? +2? Is that what it was on the other two? Okay, we got it anyway. So there's that. And then we don't have any of those. Alright, cool. Well, then we got that one pretty close, I feel. So are we ready to find out how much we get off of this one? I'm thinking probably right around 100 horsepower. Yeah, so if you got the drag DLC, as far as you have the ability to tune the ECU. So you got to get the performance one to be able to tune it. The only way you can get the performance ECU is to have the drag DLC. So the standard ECUs that come in the game, you can't tune those. Got to have that drag DLC. If you don't have it, I highly recommend it. Alright, we ready to find out what we get out of this one here? So my guess is right around 100 horsepower gain. 2 crazes said about 120 plus. Let's see what we got. Holy crap. Good Lord, I did not expect to be that high. So, wow, that was unexpected. So, Old Timer was thinking about 970 horse. That's not too far off. But the fact that you said, I think 2 Crash, you had the right idea. You said 120 plus, and that's definitely that. I was not expecting that at all. Just with those 2 new items, so that's a huge horsepower gain. Just by adding those 2 items, performance. And that's only stage 1. That's only stage 1. That's pretty realistic too, but yeah, definitely crazy. Yeah, so Fluffy, you said you got the Dodge one over the drag. Yeah, I highly recommend. In fact, we're gonna go to the drag right now. Now that we got our dyno. Let's take this one over to the strip. Or, we'll rip her down here and see what this this power does for us. You still pretty new to it? Well, if you got any questions about it there, Fluffy, feel free to ask. If I don't know about it, there's more than likely someone in here that does. I get reminded, I guess, as far as about what's going on with it. Now, I might have to ask, though, it's what I usually do. Are we playing on console or are we playing on PC? Probably another thing I should mention. So let's see what this puppy can do on the... Let's see. Yeah, I don't have anywhere near a lot of the hours most people have, but I do a lot of modeling. Yeah, we play with controller on this one too, I guess, as far as when we drag, for sure. But as far as like taking the car apart and putting it together and stuff like that, we use keyboard and mouse. So good to know. Yeah, so I probably, if I were to add up all the hours that I've got into creating our own models for this game, I probably got pretty close to that many hours. Yeah, and see, the Old Timer, because you do a lot of the configs, I can understand that. I can definitely understand that, I guess, as far as because of all the special configurations that you're making for the cars. That's not I don't how do I want to put that without sounding weird, I guess, as far as, but that's not unbelievable to me. That's like I said, if I were to add up all the hours that I've got into creating models and configs and such outside of just playing the game, I probably would have that much hours. I probably would have about as much hours. So anyway, let's see if we can beat this mod Ferrari 288 GTO. Oh, nice. Yeah, so trying out some new games there, Fluffy? Oh yeah, that you can definitely see, at least I can, how much time and effort that you put in that. I mean, I tend to do a lot of the, like I did this config on this car in one stream, right? But if I was to take a little bit more time, I guess, as far as to line things up, make sure they're all nice and tidy in there and whatever, yeah, I can see putting a lot of hours into them, definitely. And that's one thing, I guess, as far as to model the car, but to actually create the config, so to kind of line all the what you've modeled up together, you know, being able to use, even if you use bonus parts and stuff like that, that takes a lot of time. A lot of time to do that. Adds up quick. All right, let's see if we can beat this guy. I slept there a little bit. Oh my god, this thing's got some giddy up. She got some giddy up. Holy mackerel, that got some giddy up. I slept there a ton. Yeah, I felt that one. But even by sleeping, look at how we're definitely sub 10 second. Oh, we're gonna smoke the crap out of that if we ever get that McLaren. That's a good thing. Let's go ahead and do this again. I'm gonna try that again. Try not to sleep so much. Yeah, good to hear there, Fluffy. Yeah, like I was saying, as far as you got any questions about this, and like if yeah, any truth, I guess, as far as the fact you don't have the drag DLC, this is what you can expect. I guess as far as having the drag DLC. Yeah, so if not for the drag aspect itself, but just being able to tune a majority of the performance parts, like the ECU, carburetors, stuff like that, even your gearboxes. Yeah, being able to tune all that stuff basically in the dyno, solid. Yeah, look at that, we're in sub 10 second on this car. Much better performance on this one. Yeah, so this McLaren, yeah, it's got something to answer to. I guess there it is. This is the one that was beating us. This is a little son of a gun that was beating us prior to getting this this way. So let's go ahead and see if we can beat it now. We got something for this thing now. And that's like I mentioned before too. This McLaren is probably one of the many cars that Payne's got out, right? Because it had been suggested to me, and it is pretty well done. I will admit, I guess as far as pretty well, very detailed, but yeah, almost maybe too much detail. Because if I were to have the same level high detail cars, I guess as far as on my game, my game would probably suffer as far as frame rates. I know it would. Ooh, that was a good race. He got us right at the end. Look at how freaking close that was. Wow. I'm not even mad about that. I mean, these are McLarens are fast. But wow, we got something for that thing now. I'm gonna try it again. I'm gonna try that one again. That's pretty impressive. I mean, it's not beating us like by a ton anymore. Oh, good reaction, good reaction, good reaction. Come on, baby. Yes, so I know we could do it. We got a 9.7 over a 9.8. Yeah, we got a fast hot rod. Look at that reaction time. That's solid. That's solid. That's what I am talking about. Look at how close we are in the rating too. Yeah, this is solid. I like that. Let's see what else we got. So we got the Le Mans. I think the long tail is probably more aerodynamic, for lack of a better way to put it. I think it's got better handling and such, I guess, as far as on the long tail than it does the Le Mans. So there's like, I forget how many different trims on this one. There's the GTR, there's the Le Mans, there's the long tail, just to name a few. I forget how many other trims there are. Every one of them is a little bit different, I guess, as far as in their performance. Le Mans got us. He had a little bit better reaction time. Yeah, we can do better than that. We've been able to get a 9.7. So with a good reaction time, we can beat these McLarens for sure. One more time, one more time. I feel like we got something for these McLarens now. Felt good. Oh yeah. 9.8 to, look at how close. Oh, 1,000th of a second. That is some good racing right there, folks. I'm telling you what. Let's try the Hunebird. This one's got the turbo power in that one. Some pretty cool configs with this Firebird, I guess, as far as that Hunebird addition to that. I guess as far as pretty neat. That was done post-release, I guess, as far as of that mod. Beat the Hunabird. How much tuning did you have on that? Not a lot. Not a lot. We got a good chunk there, though. Let's try this turbo. So that's our turbo. This is on one of our own configs for that mod 2012 Camaro. Haven't seen any more updates to that one. I think that was a pretty solid one done by Smokey. That's the right amount of configs to include an old school version, I guess, as far as of that 2012 Camaro. Very nicely done. Heck, I think I even got that gearbox dialed in pretty good. I know I don't have it exactly the same as our previous drag that we worked on today, but this one's pretty solid. Yeah, we already beat the Hunabird. Let's try the V10 Carrera. What the heck? This is the VW Bug, so it's still the Porsche engine, just a different car. Having some fun with this car. Ooh, that one actually got us. Not by much, though. Not by a lot. Not even mad about that. That's got a V10. That Carrera engine and that VW Bug is pretty good. Got a little bit of tuning with some slicks. Yep, that's a nice combo. Go for that little bug. Alright, so that's good. I think we got a nice little high rod here. I am impressed with that result. I'm glad we took the time, I guess, as far as to create that config for our drag Firebird. We got a solid build. So the only thing I got left here, folks, I guess, as far as I do have that bare frame Cutlass, and I think we may already had an engine built for it. So I think we've had our fun today, I guess, as far as with the drag Firebird. 2 different trims, mind you. Let's get this over to the lift. Some pretty good guesses on what we get horsepower-wise. So there's the official. We were able to get 939 horsepower with 33%, 33.25. I think that's the same amount of tuning. Now, keeping in mind, this one does not have an ECU or an air filter, right? So on this one, it's going to have a little bit more tuning because of those 2 items, right? We have to take that into consideration. But we were able to get, what's the math? So 868 from 939. The brain's not working. So 939 officially on the new one, and then 868 on this one. So we're getting 71 additional horsepower. Not bad. There's still room for improvement on that too. So if we wanted to put like a stage 2 or stage 3 ECU on that, we can probably get even more horsepower out of that. So that's pretty solid. I think the fact that that was not added to this original config, that's kind of lacking on it. So having the modern engine to it definitely should have been considered to put that ECU on it at minimum. Gives it a lot more room for adjustability on the tuning. Anywho, that was why we did that one. So what I'm going to do, so I think I'm just going to keep that for comparison's sake. I do need to make some room out here so we can get that bare frame out of there for the Cutlass. So let's move this into the parking. And then for now, oops, that's not what I wanted. Let's put this guy over in this garage. And then we'll grab this Cutlass Supreme out. This is a bare frame we got from the junkyard. And I think we got an engine to probably put in this guy. Alright, let's put this out. We'll get this guy fixed up. So we got it for airframe. We got it for 2,700 credits. Obviously, you get no profit with it being in this shape, but we're going to fix it up. Get that one sold. So let's move this one outside. Let's flip-flop those. Ooh, yeah. I definitely want to get that. I keep saying this, I guess, as far as I want to get that color code on this one and apply it to our Gen 2 Camaro. That's looking sexy right there. Oh, that's something I'll have to do in Pro Stream. So I think it's right along the lines. I think this dude that did this step side here, I guess as far as was trying to mimic that same color. Blue sapphire metallic that GM offered. We got the Man Hour show coming up there. How we doing there, Farmer Guy? How's your morning going so far? We gotta sell some stuff, yeah? Yeah, looks like most of the stuff we can just sell it. Yep. So let's look on this one. Glad to hear there, Farmer Guy. How much longer did you stay on last night in that Motor Town? Just out of curiosity. I got some leveling up to do in that game, that's for sure. Y'all have been putting in the hours on that game. Let's see. So 8 p.m. my time. $60 configs. I would have figured it would have been more than that. Old timer. I would have figured it probably would have been more than that. You've been smashing a note too there, 2 Craze? So another 2 hours after I got off. Yeah, I had to get up early, so I guess as far as otherwise I would have probably stayed on there, but I got to discipline myself, I guess, as far as to get some sleep, so I can be somewhat functional. You bloody love Motor Town. Yeah. So, 2 Craze. I don't know if you're on Farmer Guy's server. Farmer Guy's got his server going. Maybe I shouldn't say anything as far. I don't think Farmer Guy would be. You can get 20 folks, I guess, as far as on that dedicated server. So I guess Farmer Guy can confirm whether or not if you're having fun with the Motor Town. I know we had a blast last night. Farmer Guy, like he said, as far as he stayed on 2 hours after I got off. That's a lot of. Yeah, so if you haven't stepped into that, that's fine. But Farmer Guy, I do know has a server available. I probably shouldn't overstep, because I know he probably wants to make it only available to certain folks, but maybe Farmer Guy can chime that in there. Hopefully I'm not overstepping there, Farmer Guy. I know there's a few that we got in there that just have fun with that game. Right, so yeah, even having the 20 people, I think that's pretty. The fact that the map is so big, it's, you know, even with how many did we have on in there one time? I think it was like 4 or 5 of us. You know, you're all spread out. Right, so even having 4 or 5, you know, 5 or so persons on that server, you're so spread out because that map is so huge. You're hardly on top of each other. I want to sell these parts. That's what I want to do. Sell all this stuff. Boop. There we go. Nice. So the engines that we can put into this guy, I think we have one of these built, so we can do the 1 carb or the 2 carb. Let's see what we got here in the warehouse. That'll save us a little bit of time. Let's see. We do have. We gotta fix these up yet. I have these 2 that we can fix up, but let's see. We got one that's already fixed up. We got a 426 Hemi. I don't think that's an option, is it? Let me see. Is the 426 Hemi an option? It is an option. Hell yeah. Ooh, that's cool. We might have to put this 426 Hemi in there. Got that one built. It's kind of an interesting option there for Oldsmobile Cutlass. So yeah, 426 Hemi right there. We do have these that we can fix up. So we have an option here, folks. One's in chat. We also have a 1 carb here. So let's take a vote here. Without putting a poll up, I guess as far as I know, should we fix up the 2 carb? Go with the 1 carb or do the 426 into that cutlass? Well, there's our 3 options. So do we go 426, V8 1 carb, or fix up the 2 carb? I'll leave it up to you folks. So you let me know, I guess, as far as which engine we should put in there. If I had my choice, I would go with either the 1 carb or the 426. I mean, that's just my choice. I'll leave it up to you folks. What you want? What you want in this thing? Let's give this thing a bath. Let's get it over to the car wash. Give her a bath. So we are just going to end up selling it. That's probably another thing too. These bare frames, that's all we do is just fix them up and get them sold. You'd Hemi power it? Yeah. I mean, it's a good option. The fact that it does allow for it. You can totally go that route. You can totally go that route. So we got 1 for the 426. Any objections? Speak now or forever hold your peace. So let's go to... We need to move this back to the left. Alright. And let's weld the frame. She's a little rough here around her edges. $1,000 to get her welded. Oh yeah, she cleaned up really nice. Sound nice. Alright, get that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Yeah, she cleaned up good. Beautiful. Alright, let's get some body panels for it. And we'll have to consider... I don't know if I want to keep it this powder blue. Might go a different color on it. So let's do some body panels for her. So do that. Front bumper, headlights, fenders. So these are all going to be primer parts, I guess, as far as to start off with. Chevy needs a Chevy engine. I mean, that's a good argument. That's a good argument. The fact that it's not really a Chevy though. This is an Oldsmobile, but it is GM. So yeah, it could be argued. I admit. So let's go to door for that car. Get a hood, front bumper, headlights. Turn on your headlights. It's an old Neil Diamond tune. Some of you get that joke. I know some of you out there probably get that joke. So it's our trunk. That. And the other door. Ooh, let's get these parts on there. Yeah, so they will be this black primer for now. We'll probably get it repainted. I'll have to consider what color we want to paint this guy. Okay, we'll get some winders in there. So Oldtimer's more with the idea of putting probably the 1 carb that we have built, or the 2 carb. Yeah. If I had to guess there. That is more of the Chevy or GM style in particular. Yeah. Alright, so that's all we need. These mirrors. Roll the right mirror. Yo, what's going on there, Jay Booth? Welcome in. So the options that I gave everybody was the 426 Hemi, the 1 carb OHV, or the 2 carb, which we would have to fix. So the 1 carb is already built, and the Hemi, the 426 Hemi, is already built. So those would be the options I want to go for it. So I'm not considering any other options besides. These are the options, the swap options, but those are the ones we have in the warehouse already. So that's what I was considering. Yeah, how's the morning going there so far? J booth. So let's do some mirrors. We need our left and right mirrors. Those are just chrome. Mm-hmm. So that means we'd have to rebuild 2-carb. So you're on that that fence. Do. Okay, so windshield. Oh, it's cold there? Yeah, so we actually have a pretty nice May day. I mean, we hit damn near 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Super nice day out. I'm probably gonna get back out there post stream, I guess, as far as getting another bike ride in. It's a nice day. I got some other things I want to do outside too. It's one of those types of days. I'm hoping maybe the rest of May stays this way. It probably won't though. Probably won't. Okay, so it's kind of our early summer over here. There we go. So, we've only got Jack Lee's, I guess, as far as with the Hemi power. Okay, I'm trying to convert in my head, so that's right around 60, 65? Something like that? Fahrenheit? That's, yeah, maybe a little bit chilly. You know, that might be right around maybe 50, 55, 60. Yeah, as you mentioned, it was chilly. So let's go back into here real quick here. So we have these two that we can rebuild. Either one of those. This one's already built. And then our 426 Hemi. So those are our options for being able to put in this Cutlass. So how's our body looking? 90%, so that last 10% is going to be license plate. So we're good on the frame and the body. Cool. Let's this up on the lift here. Let's do some of the other parts. Okay, so let's get ourselves a subframe. We don't have any of these parts, so we got to buy these all from scratch. So we'll do steering rack. We'll buy the stuff as we need them. So we're good. This has got the double wishbone on it, right? I think so. So we'll get our knuckles. So we need 2 of these actually, 1 for each side. Yep, double wishbone. Alright, cool. We'll get that one, back and plate. So with the double wishbone setup, we're going to need about 12 rubber bushings for this front end. That'll include the subframe. Let's get 12 rubber bushings. Let's go to the store and get our rubber bushings. Rub-a-dub-dub. Get 12 of those. I've done enough of these to kind of know. Oh, so you actually did the conversion? That is kind of chilly, I will admit. I think anything below 60 Fahrenheit is kind of chilly. I can agree. Being at this latitude that we are, I guess as far as it's definitely sweater weather. If it's below 60. There's a raffle going. So we need to build these shock assemblies. Get 2 of those. Then we need that out of there. So we need our springs. 2 of these. And 2 caps. Okay, we'll get those put together. Come together right now. Brand new month. Try to build those fluids up for this month. Okay, let's get those back in there. Shock assemblies, all brand new. Okay, so we need some wheel hubs. Boop, boop. There we go. Wheel bearings. We need wheel bearings and some caps. You know what? I'll get 2 of those. And And let's get some caps while we're at it. Gotta hold that grease in there. Hold the grease in there for the bearing. Packet full of grease, cap her off. And rotors, we need some rotors. Whoa. Oh, got it on there, let's see. 2 of these, 1 for each side. Nice, let's get a couple new sets of pads. This one's got drums in the rear, I think. Yeah, we don't know yet, so I'm gonna say I think this one does have drums in the back. Need a couple of calipers and cylinders. Get 2 of those. 2 cylinders. While we're at it. Gotta have that combo. I know I've said this many times before too. The fact that in CMS 26 we got the 2-part caliper system, I guess, as far as on the brakes there. That's pretty awesome. Not just one solid piece on the caliper. Okay, so we need this vacuum plate. Yeah, I'm very surprised there, old timer, that you didn't have well over 100 configs. If I had to have guessed, I guess as far as how many configs you had, would have been probably over 100. So, I guess you got some work to do. You got some really cool configs, very unique, I guess, as far as to the style. Wait, did I get too many? I think I did. Hold on. Already bought the pads. I did. Alright, cool. Calipers, we're good on that. Yeah, the fact that a lot of the configs you got going do utilize, I guess, as far as bonus parts, which I don't use. I tend to stay away from using bonus parts at all costs. It's like, if nothing else, I like to put it in the design of the car itself instead of having it as a bonus part. But the use of the bonus parts, I guess, as far as in your fashion, I guess, as far as, is definitely pretty solid. So we need 2 of these. Let's see, with that. Oh, I see. So you probably have got more that you've done, but as far as what you've uploaded, right? I can see that. There's a lot of them I haven't uploaded either. So like the config for that Firebird that we just did today, that's just one example. Like there's a lot of them I don't have uploaded. But we have, you know, the ones that have gotten voted on, I guess, as far as to get uploaded to the workshop. Yeah, we've got them up there. We got them up there. Let's see. So we need some end links. So yeah, unless people are requesting it, I guess, as far as for upload, it's probably a good approach to take. You know, because I don't know if you do this or not. They're old timer. I know that's probably the approach I would take. You're probably taking into consideration other folks that might have created a configuration for a car. So it's just like, you know, feel it out, I guess, as far as to see where everybody's at with custom configs, and not to step on any toes, right? So if there is a demand, as you say, I guess, as far as for a config you've done, then you know for sure that people are accepting of wanting to have it available, and not stepping on anybody else that might have done something either better or worse than you did. I don't know if that's your approach to it, but I can respect it. I guess that's kind of the same approach I take, I guess, as far as with that. It's like, I'll create something, and if there is, you know, a demand for it, sure, I'll go ahead and do it. But what I don't like, even with the design of my own car, and mainly just this Gen 2 Camaro, I don't like people telling me what I should or shouldn't do to it. You know, I have a vision for it. You know, if you don't like it, I guess, as far as I will take into consideration whether I put it in or not. You know, I might second guess myself, if you will. But I don't like people telling me, I guess, as far as like, well, why are you doing that? Well, I can ask you the same. Why do you I add so much detail to yours? You not consider the little guy, I guess, as far as it doesn't have a stronger PC. You know, I could get into that argument. That's just the way I approach it. Alright, so I think that's all good. Just ready for tires. So as far as tires, let's get these on the list. And let's go to a tire shop. So we need 215, 65, 14. Okay. 14 inch. Oh my god, I forgot it already. Right. So if you like it that way, that's just your vision of it, right? Doesn't necessarily mean everybody's gonna like it, right? And that's okay. Yeah. So the fact that you don't put every config that you create, I guess, as far as available, and you know, kind of boasting as far as like, look what I did. There's too much of that, I feel. So I think the fact that you're taking the approach you do, I get this pretty respectable. So what size was that tire? 215, 65, 14. Okay, I think we're good. 215, 65, 14. 265. No, get that wrong. Jesus, I'm getting my numbers mixed up. So 215, 65 on the sidewall. 14, there we go. We need 2 of those. We'll probably just go 4. Of that same tire. So it's probably the same size tire all the way around. I'll get 2 of them for now. We'll have it in the queue. Is that the same all the way around? It is. So I can actually buy 2 more of those. Let's get 2 more of those. Whoops. Go like this. We'll put that on the list. We'll get 2 more of them. Why not? So 2 more 14 inch. 1565. There we go. Cool. Now we just need some rims. Will be the rim Atlantas. Those will be 14 inch, of course, to fit that size of tire. Oh, we gotta go to the rim shop. Wrong store. We'll get 4 of these at 14 inch. We could put different rims and tires if we wanted to, but we'll just go with the stock. That's cool. Let's get 4 of those made up. Put these all together. Oh, that's pretty cool. So the Bronco is... So I don't know what the Bronco... I'm assuming that's probably one of Payne's. Probably Dead Bob's. I'm not a Ford fan, so... Yeah, I'm more of a Chevy guy, I guess, as far as... So that's my only qualm, I guess, as far as the Bronco. Wait, what? What did I do? Take it apart, you dummy. I took it back apart. What are you doing, bro? Whoops. I took it apart instead of... I'm dumb. I'm so used to taking rims apart. Hold on. So we need to go... Install. There you go. We'll get it right. Must have the balance. Take that one off. Put this one on. No, don't separate. Damn it. Almost caught it again. I'm so used to just going to separate. We do so much more of that. And install. Oh, we got them all installed. Okay, we just gotta get them balanced. Must have the balance. Alrighty then, so we can get these on the front end. Cool. Alright, so that's pretty much our front end. So far we got some stuff to do there in the engine bay yet. Let's get our rear end. Cool, so we need... Pretty sure I don't have any of those in the warehouse. Nope, so We'll go ahead and get a new rear end. And I think I had determined these. This probably has drums on it. On the rear, so let's go 2 knuckles. Okay, we get some backing plates. Get 2 of those. Yeah, I think that's going to be drums on that. Okay, just making sure. So we need 2 drive axles. 2, please. Thank you. Okay, wheel cylinders. Get 2 of those. In for both sides. Yep, got the drums on there, so that's confirmed. So we got 2 shoes. Get this car off on the right foot with some halfway decent shoes. Not those kind of shoes. I know this. You know I know this. Alright, so there's that. That's ready for tire. I'm going to get some leaf springs on there first. Cylinders. Get a couple of rear shocks. Shocking, I know. You did a swamp bug and a drop beetle. Yeah, there's a lot of configs on that VW bug. In fact, that's another one I can think of by Pain that's been done too. That's pretty cool one. Now that I think of it, that is another one that I got. That VW bug is pretty dope. So you did a config for swamp bug. What is considered to be a swamp bug? And a drop beetle. I can kind of picture a drop beetle. What's a swamp bug? So kind of like 4-wheel drive type of thing. There is the Baja one that comes with that original config. I guess as far as that's why I'm wondering. 2 leaf springs. Put those in. Alright, we'll need some rubber bushings. Alright, so let's get some small rubber bushings. Bay, yeah, so it's kind of like the Baja, only you probably did it 4-wheel drive, I'd imagine. Probably like a 4-wheel bug. That'd be pretty sick. I can kind of picture that. So I'm kind of picturing the Baja raised up with 4-wheel drive on it. I think that the Death Slug that he did on that one, that's pretty cool. Right, so there is the Career GT, I guess, as far as that's done on that. As far as the normal configs, yeah. I can picture that. Let's see, so we want to get these strapped onto the rear axles. We need 2 plates. Get some U-bolts. Get 4 U-bolts, strap those on. I want it flopping around back here. That's better. Ooh, beans. So, if we end up going with the 2-carb OHV, may end up saving that, I guess, as far as for our Wednesday. In comparison to if we go with the 426 Hemi or the 1-carb, we can probably finish it up today. So that's another thing I'm gonna put it up for grabs there. Let's do fuel tank. Okay, so we need fuel pump. So did we get all of the rubber bushings in there? We did. Good deal. So we can put our tires on. I already got those built. All balanced, ready to go. vintage tires. Cool. Nice. What the heck? We'll go ahead and do exhaust up until the downspouts. Okay, okay. So, wait a minute. Why is it not letting me select? Huh? Bro, not letting me select. Okay, there's the middle muffler. Oh, I gotta select it from here, that's why. Get 2 of those. Good deal. So no catalytic converters on these puppies. Middle mufflers, we got those. And I'll hold off on the downpipes, at least for now, until we decide on the engine. But I think we're to that point to get the engine in there. That's what we got so far. So I guess we got some preliminaries to do here in the engine bay. Yep, so we got our servo. I think I've only got 1 left in the warehouse. Yep, it's 1 left. So I'm going to buy a new one. I'm going to hold on to that one, because this one we're going to sell. Kind of low on stuff like that. So, battery. How many do I have in there? I have 2 batteries. We're going to buy a new battery. That needs to be at the electronics shop for sure. Oh, there we go. All the preliminaries done anyway. Fuse panel, okay. So we're already in the electronics shop. Let's go to there. Let's get our fuse base. All new fuses and relays. Oh, I think I might have clicked on that one too many times. I think I did. 2 of these. There's one of them I think I clicked on it too many times. You posted the Beatles? What the? So not the singing group, but the actual VW Bug. Gotta make that clear. So 3. Yeah, not the singing Beatles. You know, George, Paul, and Ringo and all that, yeah. Yeah, we have to make sure we make that clear. You know, as far as what Beatles are we talking about. 2. And I think I clicked on this one too many times. Alright, we'll find out. If we got 1 left over, we'll know why. One of those I did click on too many times, yeah. Yep, I'm pretty sure it was that red one there. I clicked on it too many times. Got a little too clickety. Alright, now we just need to cover that up. There we go. And did we have any fuses left? No? Wait, did I miss putting that in? I think... Oh, shoot. Hold on. Yep, sure did. Gotta get that in there. There we go. So we need a radiator. Go back to this store. Old school radiator. We already got that reservoir on the list. Let's get that cherry juice container. You're not fun to... Yeah, and that's understandable. But what's even crazier is the OHV, single carb OHV, I guess as far as it's actually the stronger engine, horsepower-wise, I guess as far as, you know, base game. We've come to find that more than one time. So the fact that it even has 2 carbs on it, doesn't mean I guess as far as it's as good as now. Whether or not that's by design, I guess as far as for this game, but that's what we've definitely come to find. So if we're going with the 426, we can pull that out of there and we can finish this guy up. Yeah. All right. So we can pull the 426 out, but we do have the 1 carb. Is this guy? We can always go with that one too. I think displacement wise, I think the 426 Hemi is probably better. I'm just kind of curious. I'm gonna pull that out just to see. So there's the 426 Hemi. So actually we can check it this way. So if we create engine, so the 1 carb V8 OHV, we'll just compare it this way. So this one has 291 at the base. Now, granted, that's going to depend on which car you put it into. So we're just looking at it this way. 291 on this one. The 2 carbs, 330, and the 426 Hemi. Where's that one at? That's this one. This one has 425. Now wait, that's that's the one. So that one does have actually more horsepower than the 1 carb. That's what I wanted to see. Oh, passed it. So yeah, 291 on this guy. This one does have 330. So yeah, the 2 carb. But I think we've seen it in different cars that the OHV, just the standard OHV, is probably the better engine. Where's that one at? E10. What the heck is that again? How'd you go, bro? There's those 2. Where's the standard OHV? Hiding on me. There it is. 355 on that boy. So this one's actually better than even the 2 carb. Just at the base there. Just look comparing that. So the other one had 330. This one's 355. At the base there. So kind of weird how that works. But anywho, so we got the 426 out. Let's go ahead and slap that puppy in there. Definitely has more horsepower than any of the OHVs. Put that Hemi power in there. We're gonna put the 426 Hemi. There should be. So the non-shaker. Oh, I'm gonna keep doing that. It's the second time I did that today. Put that back in there. Just meant to move the crane out of the way. There we go. She's in there. I'm gonna put that other one away just so I don't forget. That one back. So yep, good choice. I guess as far as let's button up the bottom end. Probably need to get a gearbox out of the warehouse. Okay, so gearbox OHV F. Okay, so do we have any of those in the warehouse? I don't know if I do. I do. I got one in the warehouse. Let's go ahead and grab that out of the warehouse. So we're gonna go here. We should have a V8 OHV F. Hiding. There it is. Found it. Let's slap that one in. I guess the only thing left to do on this one is decide what color we want to paint it. Do we want to keep it the powder blue? Leave it up to you folks. Okay, so we need a starter. Do we have any V8 starters left in the warehouse yet? I think we do. I know we got a lot of regular starters. Gotta start pilfering more of those out of the barns. So let's try a starter. Yeah, I gotta start pilfering more of these. So I got 2, 3 stars. I'm gonna hold on to those. Yeah, it is. It is. It's very true. Not wrong there, Superman. What's going on there today? It is. It's very, very nice way of just stealing. Yeah. All right, we need starter. That's gonna be in. Yeah, we got the 2 in there, but those are 3-star. You're booking the shows and getting it all done. Get it all done. So we got to go to the electronic shop for the starter. Two out-of-state shows. What state are the state of confusion? No, I know that's not right. Which states are we considering? So we got to go back to this store. State of confusion. PA and Ohio. Good choices. They got pretty good venues over in those states. I don't have as many shows booked over there
Racer
in
Batman says Rockin' Sports Car,
Pennsylvania, but definitely do.
Rolls Rockin' Sports Car, Rolls Rockin' Sports Car, Rolls Rockin' Sports Car, Rolls Rockin' Sports Car, Rolls Rockin' Sports.
Yeah, we're trying to get this one rolling in Racer Batman. Scranton and Cleveland. Yeah, I don't have as many shows booked in Pennsylvania as much as I do Ohio on my career. So we got to get these ordered up. I think I've maybe in my lifetime done one show in, I forget what city. In Pennsylvania. So it wasn't anything major like Philadelphia. I know that much. Alright, so we got the 426 in there. She's in there. Did we decide on a color here, folks? I guess as far as, do we want to keep it the powder blue? Or do we want a different color? I haven't heard anybody chime in on that. Alright, let's get some fluids into her. Lime green. Sky blue. So we've got, hold on a minute. We've got this blue. Right? Similar to that blue. Or that blue. Lime green? I don't know about lime green. Lime green. Alright, we'll get it in the paint booth and we'll see what looks good. First off, let's get some let us get us some fluids into this guy. We can put it in the paint booth and see what we like. Okay, make sure we got adequate motor honey in there. That's marvelous. Okay, so let's get our brake juice in there. And be able to wall this puppy up there when we're ripping it down the strip. So we got the go juice in the back, and we got the wall front, the wall fluid up in the front. Yeah. All right, so radiator juice in here. Oh, what are you doing, bro? Get that back in there. I want to put the fluid in. Thank you. Fresh concentrated mix of some pressed stone. Okay, let's get some cherry juice in here. Makes it a little bit easier to stir it. And the only thing we got left is the bug juice. Wipe the bugs off the windshield, I guess, as far as when they splat on the screen, on the windscreen. Got that industrial strength bug juice. There we go. So we got all the fluids into there. Let's get her over to get some alignments done. So we got some things out of alignment. Yeah, this bare frame cleaned up pretty nice. Only got one corner, it's halfway decent. Get the rest of them good shape. Alright. Then we got our headlights. It's a little out of whack, not bad. That one's pointing way down. There we go. G-better readied in. So we got all those alignments. Let's get this over to the paint booth. And we'll check and see what color. So we've heard lime green. So let me try that one first just to see what it looks like. Lime green, huh? So something like this. That's what I think of with lime green. That's more like a neon. Unless you go something like that. This would be more lime, I guess. So we'd have that color. And then we consider sky blue, which would be something like this. Yeah, I can see that being like sky blue. So there's sky blue. We got our lime green. And what else? What other options do we have? I think that was the only two I heard. Alright, so here's our two choices then. We got our lime green. Somewhere in there. Or our sky blue. Which color are we thinking? Sky blue or lime green? The green looks good. So this green right here. Any objections before I hit the trigger? Okay, we got another one for green, so we're going green. Alright, we're going green. Green it is. The chat has spoken. There we go. She's lime green. It's actually not bad. It's not a bad one. Yeah, it's definitely pretty flashy. It is pretty flashy. So we do got to do some interior on this yet. Just realized that. Let's get it over to the lift. We'll do some interior. So just to check our status. Yep, we just got to do some interior, and should be good to go. Get some plates on it. We'll get her sold. Let's see, interior. So let's get some seats. Then we'll go to the interior shop and grab those items. We need a couple of bucket seats for the front. Bench seat for the back. And steering wheel. Slap them in. Styling. Got the wood grain on the dash and the steering wheel. Classy. Alright, let's do this. We should be good to go all the way around. So we just got to get the standard plates onto it. Yep, get some plates onto it. So that would be the last 10%. Let's go plate shop. Standard plates. And we'll get this thing ready to sail. So 2 of those. Good deal. And slap them on her. One on the front. Awesome sauce. And one in the back. Ta-da! Now we should be 100% all the way around. That cleaned up pretty nice for a bare frame. Alright, so just to get the final tally on here, we bought it for $2,700 bare frame at the junkyard. $56,000 profit. I guess as far as after fixing it all up. Put that $426 in there. Alright, another thing we need to do is get her dynoed. See what, get all that base horsepower. Should be a good solid engine. Take it over to the dyno real quick. Yeah. See if you get all that base horsepower. 394 for this car. So definitely better than the 2-carb, which I think was probably 330. How solid that curve is between the torque and the horsepower. Solid. Solid. Someone's going to be a happy new owner for this car. So just to make sure we didn't miss anything. Inventory is clear, so we don't have any parts left over. That's always a good thing. I think we are ready to sell this puppy. So our final tally, once again, $56,000 profit. Didn't add any performance to it. I think she's good to go. Let's get her sold. Fun times here, folks. I guess as far as Worked on the bare frame car, did a lot of work on 2 different configs between the Firebirds. Super happy with the way those turned out. I know I keep saying this. I need to get this color code and put that onto that car. I need to do that. So the fact that we don't get it right in the game, I guess, as far as to be able to match that color code, probably the only way I could do it in the game is to take a part off, get it in the swath so I can actually paint the whole car. But I want to get that as a standard primary color onto that Gen 2, so that way it's there as far as that hex code for that. We're going to be doing that for sure. Still got some more work to do on the drag car, I guess, as far as get some hood pins on here. We already got the roll cage, engine cover, other things to come, I guess, as far as on all the trims of that Gen 2. She's getting there. She's definitely getting there. Happy with the progress so far. Lots of fun here today, folks. Appreciate everybody that did drop by and stuck around, I guess, as far as for our Mechanic Monday. We're going to be back here tomorrow on the stream. It would be simulcasting both on the YouTubes and the Twitch with some trucking. So if you're looking forward to that, and you haven't done so already, definitely make sure you're hitting the follow on the Twitch. Yep, we use the quality of life mod for sure. Highly suggested that one too, as far as it gives you a lot of quality of life. Absolutely. So like I was saying, I guess as far as we do simulcast on both platforms on Mondays and Tuesdays, so hit the subscribe over on the YouTube side, get the notification when the streams are live, and the follow button over here on the purple side, you get those notifications when the streams are live. Social medias are posted to the channel. Let's see if my button's working here. Nope. I don't know why that button, it always goes out on me, I guess, as far as while I'm streaming. I don't know why. It's so annoying. There are the social medias, I guess, as far as I do like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams. So definitely check those out at your leisure. And we get some things posted just like Old Timer did with the VW Bug configs, I guess, as far as in certain channels for games if you like to play. So definitely feel free to check that out at your leisure. We're going to send this off to somebody if you are on the purple side. Okay, he's out of the truck. I was going to go over to Heartland. I'm going to do a shout out, I guess, as far as for Heartland. He's currently parked, I guess, as far as he's dealing with some things there. So I was going to go there. He's doing some IRL trucking. Yeah, let me do this for now, just to kind of give a... Come on, work with me. Yeah, it keeps wanting to do it as... they were formerly known as Interstate Travel Crew. They have changed the name, I guess, as far as to that. There we go. I'm going to give a shout out there, I guess, as far as to them. So if you want to check them out, at your leisure, I guess, as far as... they're currently out of the truck. Otherwise, I would go there, just to kind of show them some love. So my next option here, okay, I got another option here. We're gonna go see Webley. He's playing some UFC Undisputed. Wow, that's like, holy macro, that's an old game. Yeah, we're gonna go show Webley. Webley does do some virtual trucking, I guess, as far as just as much the same as we do. So we're gonna go show Webley some love. If you're on the purple side, on the Twitch side, I guess, as far as. So I hope you all do have a marvelous rest of your Monday. And I'm definitely hoping to see you all again real soon. Later, everybody.